Recording in progress.
Good morning. Welcome to the 2022-23 Mental Health Ad Hoc Committee. Today, we have a lot of work to do, so we are going to be engaging in a brainstorm for this hour. We are going to continue the conversation we had in June about establishing and designing a doable, focused, targeted, and intentional mental health committee plan. But first, commissioners, we must answer these essential questions. Number one, what slice of an issue or problem regarding mental health can be addressed within the structure of our public meeting format? Number two, what tangible outcomes, culminating project and or presentation can be achieved by the end of the 2022-23 school year, which means June of 2023. Number three, what resources do we have available to us? Number four, what supports do we need to be successful? Number five, how can we use the meeting time allotted to the Mental Health Committee to support the activities toward completing this culminating project? Number six, how do we want to use our annual report and or public meetings to achieve our committee goals? And number seven, what tangible product would be informative, impactful, and utilized by the field? Commissioners, that's a lot for us to unpack. So, what say you? Let's go back to number one. Let's start there. What slice of an issue or problem regarding mental health can be addressed within the structure of our public meeting format? Let's tackle that one. So I'm going to pass the mic to our co-chairs and some of our commissioners to help us with what can we actually address? What issue can we address this school year?
Well,
Commissioner S. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Stacey.
Okay, thanks, Elizabeth. You know, at our June meeting, we did discuss the idea of developing some type of, we discussed a lot of things, but we discussed the idea of creating some type of document or pamphlet that outlines systems and supports for that we could distribute to the public. And we decided that we could create a draft of the document by February 2023 and have the final document by June 2023. That was one of the things that we talked about. We talked about reviewing current initiatives in the legislature related to mental health. And we also talked about creating an update or getting an update on non-public schools, and discussing the barriers that schools are facing, maybe developing a long-term goal around non-public schools, and providing recommendations for possible legislation or funding recommendations. So those were some of the goals that we developed at our meeting in June related to mental health. And I think all of those things are doable within the context of public meeting as your question. So Elizabeth, you want to add anything?
I would agree with that. I would just say related to non-public schools has been an ongoing conversation in this committee regarding residentially placed students with disabilities, either within California or outside of California, and a concentration on analyzing, and not ensuring, because we can't ensure anything, but analyzing and certainly working towards least restrictive environment for those students.
Janine, you were at our meeting in June. Did I miss anything, or do you have anything?
No, I think we just talked about, thanks, Stacy. I think we just talked about more about the MTSS being as part of the framework of everything that we do and how we would do that and what are some of the supports that would be available to be able to support, let's say with the MPS, RTC, as Elizabeth was talking about, of how we could incorporate those things in the least restrictive environment, but also to make the student successful, right, at the end of the day, and giving the resources to the teacher to be able to do their job and to be able to help support the student. The one system of care was going to take all of the different, how to work together with outside agencies, with the community of schools and all those in the school system. But that's it.
Thanks.
I'll just add, one of the visions for really taking a close look at students with disabilities who are placed in residential treatment facilities is looking at the interplay between education and the other agencies that are concurrently serving many of these children, which would include, mental health plans or managed care organizations, as well as, in some cases, welfare and probation. I know that there is a RFP that just got released regarding non-public schools and non-public agency analysis, and I'm excited to see that. I'm not so, and I believe I don't know, maybe someone else knows exactly when that is going to be expected to be completed. I think it is in the fall of 2024, if I remember correctly. But I think within the confines of this commission, really analyzing, what we think we should be considering with relation to the least restrictive environments for these youth, and looking at some of the data regarding who's in state and who's out of state, placed out of home, not necessarily only in a non-public school or a non-public agency, but out of their home, I think would be really helpful and important. I also believe that the community schools work and the CYBA, the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, the expanded learning opportunity work, and the early care work together provide us with an opportunity to provide more intensive, supportive services across agencies to children, and hopefully ensure a less restrictive environment for them.
I absolutely agree with you on that point, and that would be a great, there's so much work towards that, towards all of those efforts right now. To go back to your point about the interplay between agencies, with education, it'd be interesting to hear from the field what are some best practices happening around those areas to help move that work forward. Janine?
Thank you. And I also want us to be mindful about, when times of disaster like COVID-19 or pandemics, what are some of the resources? Because a lot of students were left without, being able to either come back or being able to go into, let's say, MPSs, but just thinking about some of the resources and some of the ways that we can help parents, help the student at the end of the day to be able to be successful if that is, let's say, the placement that they were supposed to have, or having them come back and being integrated back in the school community, what that would look like. So having some of those like safeguards or speaking to it in that sense.
Thank you. I'm writing all this down.
So just to have an open conversation though about what would be most meaningful within the confines of the commission meetings and our time. It seems like being able to have presentations on the status of the NPS-NPA study, as well as like community schools, expanded learning, early, and how those are coming together to work towards a least restrictive environment for children who are, placed out of home or potentially going to be placed out of home. Most of those students are identified as ED under the IDEA. So I think those presentations focusing on this would be helpful, and also coming together as a commission with recommendations for ensuring the LRE given the resources that the state has allocated now.
Could I just jump in and just ask a question? I know previously, and Chair Dr. Havania White, you may have remembered, previously we used to receive reports about, the percentage of special needs students and the, special ed and with the disabilities. I wonder if there's an updated study on that and what that looks like, and if that's increased even more, just because I want to know how many went to MPS after the pandemic in that sense, or how many were coming back, just to have numbers. I think just going back to what Elizabeth was saying, just to have some data if there's presentation. But we used to get those reports annually.
So you're saying that is the support that we need to be successful is data?
To make an informed decision of where to go and what it looks like would be my suggestion too.
Okay, make sure you write that down so we can put that together in the plan.
I've got it. I've got it.
Thank you. All right, so going back to our question number one, are we targeted on a slice of an issue?
I think working towards, as a commission, working towards a commitment to a least restrictive environment for children who are out of home or at risk of being out of home is a concrete goal. And the slice of that, at this point, I think is obtaining data on the number of those students who are identified as emotionally disturbed, and information regarding how, the community schools, expanded learning opportunity, early care will be utilized to concentrate on least restrictive environment for those students and wrapping services around them in order to work towards least restrictive environment. I'd also like to know if we have information regarding reunification support for students with disabilities who are currently placed out of home.
Commissioner Estes, repeat that again.
Information with regard to our, the state's efforts towards reunification, return to the home or to the local community for students with disabilities who are currently placed out of home, either in California or outside of California.
So we need more data regarding that issue to be successful too. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, in my opinion.
All right, we need data. Commissioner Allard.
I'm sorry, maybe one of the concrete questions there is within the confines of the new NPA study that is going to be done, are we analyzing that?
Do we have access to that study, or is it still being addressed right now? Is it completed?
No.
Oh, no. I believe the RFP just went out.
It did. And good morning, everyone. I will address a little bit more about sort of the timeline of that study and also sort of the focus of that study a little bit later in my director's report as well.
That'd be great.
Thank you, Director Calamise. You guys are raising a good point. Are there completed studies out there that are addressing an issue that we could possibly look at to help fulfill a gap in the field? Commissioner Estes?
In thinking about the committee's discussion regarding some sort of outline for the field on the services and supports available to students with disabilities with mental health needs, and also considering our conversations regarding liaison work or some sort of cross-commission efforts. There is a current universal array of services and supports that the Behavioral Health Committee of the Child Welfare Council has created to outline the mental health services and supports that are available or that students are entitled to on the child welfare side of the house. A number of those students are students with disabilities, not all, of course, but some. And so I have suggested that publication be built out further to incorporate students with disabilities entitlements under the IDEA, because that is not clearly incorporated within that document. It says that education does whole child K-12 prevention and intervention. That's kind of like education is in a prevention intervention bucket. And then there's, within the confines of the document, there's, short-term residential treatment placements for welfare children and RAP and respite and some of the more intensive services they're entitled to when they get involved with that system. But what I have suggested is that education, students with disabilities actually hold a very intensive array of entitlements that spans from prevention all the way to residential treatment. And so I think there is a possibility for us, the commission, to actually work with them to build that out to reflect both the services that they have there, which are largely early periodic screening, detection, and treatment entitlements under the Medi-Cal, to include the IDEA entitlements very clearly so that we could then inform the field and those that are providing services about the concurrent entitlements to services and supports that students with disabilities are holding that cross over into welfare or Medi-Cal.
Okay, committee, I want us to be focused now, because the purpose of this brainstorm is for us to at least come to, I know it's going to take some time for us to narrow some things down, but we have supporting inclusive practices here with us today, and they're going to help us put our content into a framework. So if we could, I'm hearing a variation of issues that we can tackle. Can we narrow it down to maybe 2, no more than 3 slices that we could put into a framework? And can we put it into, like, I don't want to say like a SMART goal, but at least I want to target an intentional issue.
So for me, a commitment would be the reduction of out-of-home placement for children with disabilities for this committee. And the least restrictive.
How can we contribute to the reduction of children being placed? What is our tangible outcome? What about that?
I think, as we've suggested, monitoring the non-public agency, non-public school study and ensuring that that incorporates an analysis of that exact question would be one tangible outcome.
Commissioner Adler, are you writing this down?
Yes, I am.
Commissioner Topalian?
Yes. Same question. So go ahead.
I just want you to have an opportunity to weigh in.
No, I agree with Elizabeth. I do agree with I think that's what it would be. I agree with Elizabeth. I think we should focus on that.
Another tangible, concrete body of action that we just talked about was having, having presentations on how community schools or expanded learning opportunity or early care will contribute to ensuring, least restrictive environment for children with disabilities who are either placed out of home or at risk of being placed out of home.
So presentations. Hope y'all writing this down.
I am.
Okay. What resources do we have available to us?
Do you mean resources as like CDE resources? Because that's been an ongoing conversation with us, or is it more like resources out there that we could utilize to be able to meet our goals? Or all of the above?
Oh, it's both.
Both are on the table. What resources do we have available to us? Commissioner Sorter, did I hear you?
Yeah, and I've used the logic model this last year, so I don't want to jump ahead because I know there's going to be a presentation on it, but this is totally on the right track for doing that work. So yeah, just like you said, the resources is really looking at once we have our issue or our problem, what resources are currently out there, and putting them together. And I think the other thing to think about too is also remembering California has northern, central, and southern sections, and the resources that are available are different in each section. And so just being mindful of that because when we go to support, when reentry might look different in Northern California where they don't have as many supports as Southern. So incorporating that when we start to list out resources and then moving into the activities. So I just add that.
Thank you.
I have a clarifying question there, which is, I do understand in the analysis of services and supports to ensure least restrictive environment for students who are either out of home or may end up out of home through the IDEA, that the resources are different across the state in different communities. But I was hearing the question as, what resources does the commission have available to it to like achieve its goal, if of a reduction in children out of state, out of home, et cetera. And I feel like those are different questions.
That was my question, because I think we've talked about this, and I think that was one of the questions I would have.
And I agree. I think it's a different question. What resources does the commission? And I would turn to Heather, Director Calamise, to ask, what are there resources that CDE can be providing us with respect to what data do we currently have on, students in non-public schools? What is the rate of reunification, if you will? All these kinds of things, that we know now prior to the completion of this study that we've heard about today.
Certainly, we do have access to and can work with you all to provide relevant data, sort of once we, I think, narrow down the specific data that we're looking for. But certainly that's information that in the interim, and certainly while the study is being conducted, that we have access to and can share and can discuss as well. So that is not a problem.
Thanks.
I would say some of the specific data is how many students are currently in out-of-home placement right now, either within California or outside of California. And how many of those are outside of California versus within?
Right, and these are rough numbers, just because it's fresh in my brain. But rough numbers are around 10,000 students within the state of California, and around 1,000 that are placed in facilities outside of the state. Rough ballpark numbers, but no.
That's what and then do we have longitudinal data on how those numbers have changed over, let's say, the past 5 years?
I believe we could find those for you as well.
That'd be helpful. And also what the eligibility, IDEA eligibility categories are for those students.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. I was just saying what the IDEA eligibility categories are for those students.
Yep.
And then whether, I don't know if we have this, but whether they are involved with the child welfare system or the juvenile justice system or not.
Yep, that's information we can snag as well.
That'd be great.
Okay, what other resources do we have available to us, ladies?
As far as, I guess I'm coming, I think Commissioner Snipes has her hand up, so.
Thank you. Yeah, I did. Good morning, everybody. I was actually thinking, as we're having this conversation, I'm wondering if, when we're looking at the issue that we want to address, maybe making students placed out of the home as part of the whole that we're looking at, and also looking at out of classroom placement, not necessarily outside of a home setting, but when you're at school, the different types of separate classrooms that students with ED might be experiencing. That way we can kind of expand our attention on the mental health issue, because I know for a lot of kids, LRE comes into play not just when they're removed from the home, but at school, especially when it's pertaining to their mental health. So I'm wondering if students placed in separate home settings would just be a piece of the overall exploration that we want to do.
Tapolian?
And I also want to say we shouldn't just look at ED eligibility. We need to look at the OHIs and some of the other ones, because I know different districts with their mandates and different things, because they'll go with the OHI or they'll go with different eligibilities as opposed to going with ED. So let's look at the whole gamut and see what the difference is and how that looks.
Estes?
I was really responding to the request that we have narrow, sort of like doable goals.
That's right.
In the confines of this year. So that was where the suggestion came to concentrate on our out of home placed non-public school students for the commission, but I'm equally passionate about least restrictive environment for all of them and ensuring they are, as much as possible not out of their classrooms.
Oh, no, Elizabeth, I meant like you, to your point, I was thinking about like all the gamut of like the different eligibilities that are out of class, like, MPS, RTC, like in that sense, that's what I meant. Not just like out of the classroom. So that was my response to that.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I was just responding to Commissioner Snipes' recommendation that we look more broadly at out of classroom placement, which I would love to do, and I'm super passionate about. I was just trying to get to some concrete, narrow goals for the commission for this year.
So I just want to ask a question, because I'm just trying to think of how does that coming back to mental health, right? So we want to focus on right? We want to make sure that it's narrow in the sense that we're looking at kids that have services, right, on their IEPs, where there are DIS counselings or their ERICs or their, what is it called, ERMs. So looking at those factors, because we have to make sure it's related back, and I know, like you said, Elizabeth, I think it's a juvenile, we need to look at those too. Are they involved with probation? Are they involved with juvenile system? And looking at all those factors, but looking at the services to narrow it down so we could figure out what we can possibly do with this commission, because we can't just take the whole gamut of every, it's given that if a child who has emotional disturbance will have some counseling on the school site. Now, if they don't, there's a problem. But we should narrow it down, and you're right, and looking at that factor. So looking at the gamut, I would suggest that too, of what we can possibly do to assist.
So ladies, are we looking at 2 slices or are we looking at 1 slice?
I was thinking, well, I don't want to, just my thought was the 1 slice would be looking at our out-of-home place students with disabilities and seeking, to understand out-of-home placement for them, the factors that are contributing to that, and a reduction in that. But also, and I say that particularly as I know that child welfare in California has essentially stopped placing any of their children out of state and returned many of them from out of state. So that's one in my mind. The other would be, and maybe this relates to Commissioner mention, but like the outline of their service entitlements, students with disabilities service entitlements, in order to ensure the LRE, I think might relate to this out of classroom discussion. So having guidance to the field regarding what the array of services should be for them in the school setting in order to ensure that they are not placed out of the classroom, I think could be something doable for the commission.
Well, and I think in to Elizabeth's point, I hope I'm correct in this thinking, but for that end, we could find out more about the community schools, the extended learning, the early care opportunities that are out there now in terms of giving us resources in term, what is expected within those programs to help reduce out of placement situations. So those you were asking about resources, Ivania, that could be another one.
Yes, that aligns with presentations on, how those will be utilized to work towards least restrictive environment for students with disabilities.
And I want us to also put on the list, we have our annual report as a resource, right? We have Mary Grady, our editor, as a resource, right? We have our public meetings as a resource for us to share information out. I just wanted us to be clear about what resources we have available to us. We mentioned data multiple times, so we need to have data available to us as a resource, whether that is researchable data. Does anyone have access to research methods? I think, am I saying that correctly? Professor Graff, I know she would probably have access to that. Professor Graff, can you weigh in on that?
So are you asking, thank you, if that we have the capacity to conduct and collect this data in terms of research methodology and so forth? I mean,
that's right.
Certainly in our universities, there would be individuals who could assist with this. It'd be interesting, kind of off the topic, but the RFP that's gone out to see, who has or is in the process of submitting a proposal to conduct that study, because that's going to be quite an intensive and complex study. So I don't know offline if we could, get any initial information about who is expressing interest in conducting that study. But yeah, we do have access to that.
So can we put that on the list, right? Because we do have to have research, right? Or leading research, or what current research is out there to help us find a contribution toward our goal. What is already out there? I think we do have to do, Estes, are you sharing your screen? You're muted.
No, I did not mean to share my screen. No, I think I might have pushed the wrong button.
I thought you show us some studies. I'm like, okay.
She's savvy. I will admit that entirely.
All right. So let's go to supports. Well, let's go back. Can we say in a nice sentence the issue or the problem that we're going to address?
problem that we're going to address is the level of out-of-home placements. Reduction of out-of-home placements would be the goal. And to do that, we intend to, well, not sure about the word monitor, but review the NPS-NPA study, review data associated with that. And we are also going to look at how grants such as the Community Schools Grant, the Extended Learning Opportunities Grant, the Early Care Opportunities will impact or reduce out-of-home placements. Did I capture that okay, you guys?
Napoleon?
Yes, you've captured it, Commissioner Adler.
Thank you.
Commissioner Estes?
Yes, he captured it.
All right. Do we got our resources?
Resources that we have listed are CDE providing relevant data, university supports providing data and research. You mentioned the annual report, our public meetings. That's what I have.
Mary Grady?
Yes, the annual report, Mary.
Mm-hmm.
And we wanted
what support?
We wanted longitudinal data as well.
Mm-hmm. All right. What supports do we need to be successful? We got that?
We haven't really discussed that piece. Janine?
All right, let's unpack it. What supports do we need to be successful?
Janine had her hand up.
Supports would be, again, the agencies that are out there, some of the work that they're doing, including the family empowerment centers. And you know, I think the supports are who's going to help us with this project, right? At the end of the day. So we need CDE to help us. We need the outside communities to help out, you know, anybody who's doing this work to bring in that information, because we can't just do it 2 or 3 people, because it's a big state, as we all know. And we want to make sure that, you know, we tackle all the, and I'm going to, you know, all the PPS school-based people, like, you know, California Association of School Psychs and the counselors, social workers, plus the community schools, CDE, empowerment centers, juvenile justice system, foster. We need to, homeless, right? We need to get all those people involved to figure out where we're going with this, because we can't do this by ourselves. A lot. And universities to help us too, of course.
Thanks, Janine. I just wrote that all down.
That was good, Stacy. You got it all.
That's an open question that I've had for the commissioners, and I think it dovetails with part of the conversation we had yesterday, maybe, which is what are the available staffing supports for the commission if we set a goal that requires, you know, inviting others to come to meetings or additional, you know, follow-up in gathering data or information. The same would be true for legislative information. I sat on this subcommittee some years ago, and we asked for the legislation that, you know, that was addressing mental health for students in California. And so I continue to have an open question about staffing for the follow-up.
Director Calamise?
Do you mean, I'm assuming you mean CDE staffing? Or...
I don't, this is what the open question I've had. I don't, we all obviously work for different organizations and have our own organizational infrastructures, and but yeah, no, I guess for the commission itself, I'm not been clear.
Oh, okay. So we have one staff person that is the ACSE liaison, and that is a portion of their role, not their primary role, but that person does and is assigned with the responsibility of liaisoning directly with the commission.
Do we know who that person is, Director Calamise?
That person has left the division, and we're currently working on posting that position.
Commissioner Estes?
It's helpful to have that clarity, and it would be good to know who that is when you know who that is. Maybe we can make requests of them for additional information or data or whatnot if it comes up.
No, absolutely, and that would be most appropriate, and certainly we're hoping to hire as soon as possible, and would love to have someone in place by October, but we'll see, as I know that position is currently close to being posted at this point in time.
Commissioner Graff.
Yeah, thank you. No, as we've been discussing about support and this sort of thing, and also maybe the capacity of universities, I'm not sure what the appropriate protocol is, but a colleague of mine, Dr. Lois Weinberg at Cal State Los Angeles, where they have the joint doctoral program, there might be the opportunity to have a doctoral student support this kind of data collection and research with Dr. Weinberg's oversight. I'm certainly willing to contact her for further consultation if that would be something that the commission would approve. I don't know what the protocol is in terms of, identifying a single university or researcher and so forth, but I'll put that forward.
Mary, go ahead.
So this is all about being curious and about wondering how things are working together and how they could improve. So Director Calamise, I'm wondering if this would be an appropriate topic of exploration for a story in the newsletter. I mean, the next issue is focusing on systems change. This seems to be writ large an example of how the system is struggling to change. It was about a year and a half ago, we had a story about community schools, and it was I think it raised the level of awareness among the community schools with whom we spoke, or the representatives, of the importance of them attending to students with disabilities and how they can improve their school outcomes through community school efforts specifically. So, I may be sort of in the wrong lane here, but since we're both here and we're all talking about this, it does seem to fit nicely in the next issue.
It certainly does, Mary, and happy to dialogue. I know we're in topic issue development, but certainly I think would be timely and relevant and most impactful at this point in time. So happy to discuss further as well.
Perfect. We'll follow up. Thank you.
That's a great idea, Mary, and that might actually, putting that out there, that this is what ACSE is working on right now, or these are what the mental health committee of ACSE is working on right now, might actually create some opportunities for additional resources to come our way.
Well, and I'm thinking a couple things, and forgive me, Stacy, for jumping in, but a number of years ago, the newsletter was used as a regular sounding board for the commission. And so there's no reason why we can't visit this, which then allows the commission to focus on policy, state level policy, which is its charge, rather than developing documents. So maybe this is really what the special ed should be doing, is listing resources, talking about integration, getting that public conversation going, so you people can focus on changing policy or refining or improving.
Thank you.
I'm so happy that we're having this conversation. It's so good. Go ahead, Estes.
I was just gonna say I love that, Mary. Those ideas, I think they're fantastic.
Me too.
All right, ladies, we can continue this conversation up until item 8 today. So I guess maybe we have like 2 more minutes to kind of close this session out so we can get prepared for our 10 o'clock countdown. But I also want us to think about how are we going to use the time that we have allotted to us for the mental health subcommittee, right? What potential agendas for the mental health committee can we potentially have to help us on our journey towards June? So I want you guys to think about that. What are intentional mental health agenda items and or activities that you are going to demonstrate or engage in for October, February, April? So those 3 months, right? What are your intentional agenda items and activities that you are going to engage in to help the goal for June? Estes, your hand is up.
I was going to mention something else, but I feel like we've discussed some of the work we're going to be doing moving forward.
All right. I just want you as co-chairs to understand that you should be using the next 3 months as a concrete path for success for June.
Yeah, I've said we need set goals and to be rowing towards those goals. And we've been talking about this goal for a little while in the committee. So I'm excited to get concrete about it and pull down data and continue to work on this.
Okay, Ruiz, I see your hand up.
Yes, I just want to make sure that I weigh in because even though the family empowerment centers and the parent training centers aren't specific to mental health overlaps with everything that we deal with. So we're absolutely on board and ready to work with everybody and anybody to address parents and how parents will affect this whole issue because, it's more than half of it. And I mean, from anywhere from parents concealing that there's mental health issues at all to being afraid to ask the questions and, taking it even further to actually get support. I'm very aware of that. And we are very aware of that. So any work groups, any dialogue, any narrative, anything at all, I am absolutely here to work with that and see how we can, because we're huge and we kind of fit in all the gaps. That's what I love about this work. We have like education and medical and regional center and all these pieces, these huge pieces, but the family empowerment centers and parent training centers get to kind of go in between pretty freely all of the gaps and really help to make them all work together. So here for that.
Yeah, I love that. And I would say input from families regarding out-of-home placement and least restrictive environment and why that's happening and how that's happening and how we might, be able to support them better so that students aren't landing outside of the home would be fantastic also. It'd be really great.
No, for sure. And I mean, wouldn't it be wonderful if we had those kind of resources, not specific to the commission, but maybe the commission as a platform to scream out how important those resources would be for families to be able to take some of that edge off the situation before it comes so crazy, and so behind the 8 ball that, the student didn't get any kind of early intervention, when it came to this, and now it's really late in the game. So, I mean, we really, parents are such a big part of this. So yeah, anything we can possibly do to engage them, like, seriously, to be a part of this we can't really do it without that.
Thank you so much, guys. So let's close O&P. Not O&P, excuse me, mental health. Let's close mental health so we can get ready for 10 o'clock. But this was a wonderful conversation, and we can continue this conversation. We're going to have SIP help us with our content. And we're going to continue up until 1:05 today with this conversation. All right, so let's conclude Mental Health Committee right now at 9:56. And let's come back for 9:58 for 10 o'clock countdown. Good morning. Welcome to Day 2, August 18th, 2022, California Department of Education Advisory Commission on Special Education meeting. Director Calamise, please facilitate a roll call to establish a quorum.
Vice Chair Adler.
Present.
Commissioner Andrus. Commissioner Estes.
Here.
Commissioner Gill. Commissioner Graff.
Present.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Here.
Chair Hayes White. She's frozen. I believe she's here. Commissioner Lopez.
Present.
Commissioner Notch.
Here.
Commissioner Oyakawa. Commissioner Ruiz.
Here.
Commissioner Snipes.
Present.
Commissioner Sorter.
Here.
Commissioner Topalian.
Here.
Commissioner Toston.
Present.
And we have a quorum.
Thank you. I hereby call the August 18th, 2022 meeting of the Advisory Commission on Special Education to order at 10:01 a.m. Commissioner Notch, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And now for housekeeping and announcements. On June 30th, 2022, Governor Newsom signed Senate Bill 189 to allow state bodies covered by the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act to hold public meetings covered by the act via web and/or audio teleconferencing through June 30th, 2023. As such, this meeting will be held as an audio-video teleconference. Boardroom 1101 the California Department of Education is closed to the public. Now it's time for the review of the agenda and public comments. Vice Chair Adler, please review the agenda and review the guidelines for providing public comment.
Okay, happy to do so. Our first item today, actually item 7 of our meeting, will be the supporting inclusive practices, or SIP, and developing logic models. Following that item, we will have a report from the Mental Health Ad Hoc Committee. Following that, approximately around 1:05, we will have a break for lunch. When we come back from lunch, we will have Senate Bill 291, Advisory Commission on Special Education, and a presentation from Senator Stern and/or his staff. Following that, item 10, we will have the Special Education Director's Report. At approximately 3:20, we will have agenda building for our October meeting. And then our last item will be general public comment, and followed by our adjournment. So that's today's agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Adler.
Director Calamise, can you please review the directions for public comment?
Absolutely. Members of the public may make public comment. The conference dial-in number is located on the slide being posted, 717-908-1937. Participant access code is 467-9071 and pound. Prior to making public comment, speakers should make sure their volume is muted on the computer to avoid an echo or feedback. And as always, copies of the meeting materials for this two-day ACSE meeting are available by emailing acse@cde.ca.gov.
Thank you, Director Calamise. We are going to move into item number 7, developing logic models. Executive Director, Dr. Kristen Brooks, and Director of Equity and Inclusive Practices, Kevin Schaefer, from Supporting Inclusive Practices, are here to help us with the design of our Mental Health Committee plan. SIP is here to help us put the content of our plan into a framework called the logic model. Welcome, Dr. Brooks and Director Schaefer. Are you here? I now turn over the mics to you.
We are. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Is it okay if I share my screen?
Absolutely.
All right, let's get started. So good morning. Thank you so much for the introduction. As she mentioned, my name is Kristen Brooks, Executive Director with the Supporting Inclusive Practices Project out of Riverside County Office of Education. And Kevin?
And I'm Kevin Schaefer, Director of Equity and Inclusive Practices out of the El Dorado County Office of Education. We appreciate being asked to participate and work with the commissioners on developing the logic model for the mental health subcommittee. And we thought we would just start with a little bit of an overview for those that aren't familiar with the Supporting Inclusive Practices Project. We are a least restrictive focused project that is funded by the California Department of Education to not only work with our grantees, our 50 grantees, on increasing inclusive opportunities for students with disabilities in general education settings, but we also provide statewide professional development and resources. And you can find those resources and the recordings on our website at www.sipinclusion.org. You can also access information that we push out over social media. We're on Twitter and Facebook at SIP inclusion. And like I said, we provide different tiers of support through our project. Tier 1 level of support is providing no-cost professional development, resources, materials, thought partnering to any administrators, educators, family members across the state around inclusive information. And then also we work currently with over 50 LEAs to specifically provide support based on their own context, their own priorities, and their own initiatives to address policies, practices, cultures to increase inclusive opportunities for students with disabilities. And then we also work within our Tier 3 level of support, along with the system improvement leads and the CDE FMTAs on the compliance and improvement monitoring process for intensive level districts across the state. And our vision for the project is for every student to be educated in an environment that is intentionally designed, equitable, and inclusive. We focus on innovation, inclusion, and how we can broadly impact students and families, students with disabilities and their families. Oops, I'll go back. And then one quote before I turn it over to Kristen. If you don't know where you're going, how are you going to know when you get there, by Yogi Berra? And that's really what our focus is today, is to really get focused on what is the aim, what is the problem of practice the mental health subcommittee would like to address. And then how do we organize that information so that there's a through line from the resources that are available, the activities that will move us into the artifacts, the outcomes, and the impact for the mental health subcommittee. So again, thank you for asking us to be here, and we're looking forward to the conversation. Kristen.
Thanks, Kevin. So before we get started on Logic Model, Kevin and I were doing some research around mental health in general, and we thought that we would share some statistics out of just a couple of reports to really ground us in this. We are very much committed to this work around mental health from the pre-K through 12 and beyond span. And so we thought we'd bring some statistics for you now. I'm happy to share the reports that these came from if that is helpful, but just in that conversation earlier this morning, it sounds like some data, some research is helpful to, again, ground us in our work and sort of get the broad picture of what mental health looks like across that PK-12 system. So in October 2021, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, and Children's Hospital Association declared a national emergency in children's mental health. In the third quarter of 2021 alone, children's hospitals throughout the US reported almost a 38% more emergency department visits for mental health cases. They also reported nearly 54% more suicide and self-injury cases compared to 2020. Securely, which is a private company out of San Jose, contracts with school districts for web-based filters and other services, and they reported that 233,358 alerts went out for the top flagged search term of 2021, Kill Myself. There were 231,591 alerts, drug overdose. That was the second most searched filter of students in the K-12 system. That is alarming. A Student Mental Health Wellness Report for California 2022, published as a joint effort across the California Association of School Counselors, the ACLU of California Action, and the Center to Close the Opportunity Gap, revealed some astounding statistics as well. They did statewide surveys administered to students in April 2020 and March 2021, and the surveys were completed by over 1,200 California students from 45 school districts in over 20 counties, and revealed that emergency has evolved into a crisis during the pandemic. 63% of students reported an emotional meltdown. 43% of students reported a panic or anxiety attack. 22% of students reported 3 or more days where they could not participate in school because of mental health. And 19% of students reported suicidal thoughts. So despite the efforts from the federal and state over the last couple of years, only 17% of students reported increased access to mental health services since 2021. And the overwhelming majority, 83%, did not experience a change at all. So over half of students reported the need for mental health services in both survey years, with over 22% of students desiring services for the first time each year. Roughly 1/5, or 22%, felt they might be traumatized and would not be the same because of the pandemic, and 45% of students reported feeling depressed. In the words of Andretisha Fitzgerald, asks, does the data hurt enough to change? And we think it does. So we're here today to build out a coherent plan to support these efforts with the resources you have within your subcommittee. It will take all of us to change these statistics. So we just wanted to share a little bit of background going more broadly around mental health. And again, that pre-K to K or pre-K to 12 and beyond. We heard earlier some focus on non-public schools, out of school placements, least restrictive environment, definitely all areas to address. Mental health is a broad issue. And so the work of this subcommittee is to determine how do we narrow our focus within the resources and activities that we have within our control and confines to influence the field, to put mental health at the forefront and ensure that everyone has an understanding of the resources and supports that are out there so we can start changing systems and services for kids. So diving into what a logic model is, for those of you not familiar with it, it's a systematic way, it's a visual representation to share our understanding between, again, the resources that we have to operate a program or a subcommittee and the activities we plan to change and the changes or results we hope to achieve. So this comes out of the Kellogg Foundation. You have a copy of that available to you. It's online as well in PDF version for anyone interested in learning more about logic models and in depth. What Kevin and I are going to present to you today is really a scaled down version for the purposes of our time and our work together today, because we don't want to just go through a bunch of theory. We really want to put the concerns into actionable steps in a visual representation that will keep the work moving forward. So essentially the why behind a logic model, what is it? What is this visual representation? Oftentimes it's a one-page document, which is great because not only can it focus your work, but you can use it as a communication tool to share out with different stakeholder groups. We use logic models with our school communities throughout the state and really find that it is helpful to focus their work and keep them from kind of adding things that aren't going to get them to their aim. So adding more and more activities doesn't mean more and more success, right? We need to pare down and figure out, are those activities leading to the outcomes and the impact that we desire? So the elements are really planning and design, outlining the goals and objectives that we're going to narrow in on, and finding the gaps in that. So if we have all these resources and have these concerns around mental health, why aren't things changing? You heard the statistics earlier. We are in dire straits right now. It is really a time of emergency for our students. There's no bigger sense of urgency than around mental health and other areas impacting our students today. So we want to build a shared understanding of what the work is and how these parts work together, how our subcommittee comes together and aligns, as Kevin mentioned, those resources to the activities, to the evidence of that work, and ultimately to reach the goals and create the impact. And so kind of moving toward the bottom right here in terms of communicating and marketing, again, this is a way to involve and engage stakeholders in the design process and use, and also evaluate this plan. Did what we say we wanted to do happen? Was the impact created? How do we monitor this and review this over time? So the plan is that Kevin and I will facilitate helping you build out this logic model, and then you would revisit it over time. Are the resources the same? Did something change in the system? Do we have the same activities? Were they successful? And anything that needs to change along the way. You don't want it to just remain purely a static document. So this is sort of a linear way to look at a logic model. So there are many, many different models, and Kevin and I provided a couple of examples of formats that you can present the information, but essentially all logic models have at least these components. So you'd look at what are the resources that you have available, and we heard the discussion about that a little bit earlier, what's available to the subcommittee for the work that needs to happen. Those resources could be funding, people, time, partnerships with community organizations. What are the activities? What is the subcommittee going to do to then share out the evidence, outputs, or artifacts? This term output, you'll see a lot of this language is interchangeable, but what we often land on is evidence or artifacts. So that the activities actually happened, what was created as a result, or what was the impact as a result? And then what are the outcomes or the goals that we're aiming for? And then the overall impact for the field. So it is chunked into your planned work and then your intended results. So here's the what. Here's sort of that theory of action behind all of this. If you have certain resources needed to, and in this sense, it says operate your program, but really it's operate the subcommittee, then you can use them to accomplish your planned activities and deliver this product or service that you intended. And then your participants or your stakeholders will benefit in certain ways. And then certain changes in the organization, the system, community are expected to occur. So again, many different ways to present or to format a logic model, but this is a very simplistic style that you can utilize. And it just further defines these resources, activities, outputs, or artifacts, evidence, and then your short-term or long-term outcomes and your impact. People write logic models for a variety of timeframes. It could be very immediate work that needs to happen over the course of 3 to 6 months. It could be year-long work like this subcommittee through June, or it could be longer. You'll see a version of the Supporting Inclusive Practices logic model. There's a 5-year plan because that's tied to the funding that is through 2026. And then the ultimate impact. So maybe that impact and hopefully that impact of your work carries on well beyond the outline of the logic model. So you can see here on the screen changes in that 7 to 10 years. So further impact, deeper impact from the work. We don't always get that further impact. You know, sometimes it's just a single artifact that needs to be produced. So there's a logic model, and then that artifact maybe is a static document, brochure, pamphlet. But hopefully the impact of sharing that information or that resource goes on beyond the time of the logic model. So here's just one very simplistic way to sort of gather thoughts and put them in a visual representation in a coherent way. You identify your problem of practice, and that problem of practice then informs the resources, the outputs, the outcomes, and the impact. So you can do it very simplistically in this model. And as I mentioned, our Supporting Inclusive Practices logic model is a little bit more robust. Again, we're putting 5 years of work onto a single document. You can see a better version of this at sipinclusion.org. We'd also be happy to share that out with you as a standing PDF document if that is helpful for you. But essentially, we look at the far right. What is our long-term impact? And we're looking at broadening support for inclusion, evidence of LEA culture and continuous improvement. We're targeting the indicators in the state performance plan 3, 5, 6, and 7. So you can see it gets very broad for those long-term. Short-term, we're looking at increases in practices and implementation, bilateral communication, use of universal design for learning, instruction, assessment, and environments. And so we're backing it all the way up to what are those resources we have to create those short-term and long-term efforts, outcomes, and impact. We have the Department of Education, our 2 county offices, as Kevin mentioned, the grantee support. So currently we work with 50 grantees, and we're looking, this is year 1 to 2, and then year 2, about 75, year 3 to 5, up to 100. So we're looking at increasing our grantees and our impact within those communities. We have different data sources, so the dashboard data, annual performance report. We have an external evaluator we work with for project evaluation and to help us with our final reports. And then you can see a list of activities, as Kevin had mentioned, in terms of tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 supports, and the evidence of that. So our websites, our Padlets, our survey results, different types of committee meetings, forming different teams. So again, this is our very robust logic model, but you can see this drives our work. And then we revisit this. Our team actually just revisited our logic model at our retreat this past week. And we're looking at updating this because it is, again, not something that's just supposed to stand for 5 years.
And Kristen, if I could just mention too, this is based on a problem of practice that CDE has created that focuses on indicators 3, 5, 6, and 7 for least restrictive environment, for achievement, for K-12, as well as preschool. So identifying that problem of practice and the aim is going to really influence the creation and the design of the logic model that the mental health subcommittee creates.
Exactly. So this is just another example of when we're working with our grantees and how they're working through logic models and their formatting and what best represents their work and their aim. So one of their projects was the IEEP grant, so the Inclusion Expanded Early Learning Program grant fund that they received. And there were 4 areas to address within that grant: training, equipment, continuum of services, and mindset is how they framed that. So they connected their activities, outputs, and outcomes to those 4 different buckets, but their resources remain the same across that work and their long-term results remain the same. This is not the final draft, just one we wanted to share with you as an example of how different formats can work differently for particular groups. So we just wanted to provide a quick real world example of working through a logic model. SIP had a side grant called the Preschool Local Assistance Grant that was a 2-year grant with the ask from out of the grant from CDE to create a hub of evidence-based resources. The aim was specifically on early education, disproportionality, and disciplinary practices for students of color. The ask was to collect qualitative and quantitative data, to include sample sites, their progress, and surveys for workshops, webinars, and modules, and then a funding line was created for each year. So very broad yet specific aims, right? So in terms of identifying sample sites and addressing particular practices and particular student groups. So we transformed that into a working logic model to better focus our work over the next 2 years. So what we had to do first was to define it. What did we want our aim to be? And that's what this committee was talking about earlier. What are the goals? How do we determine what we can accomplish within this period of time? So for this subcommittee, we're looking at the work between now and June. For this real world example, it was a 2-year project. So we had to be very specific around what could we accomplish and create impact with those specific areas outlined over a 2-year period of time. So first you need to define it before you can introduce it across the organization. So in this case, the subcommittee more broadly to stakeholders in the community, to Department of Ed, to different school sites. And for us, it was more broadly to CDE and to those sample sites and within our team of what our aim was. And then you create the accountability to achieve it and you progress monitor. And so Director Calamese, I believe, or it was Chairperson Dr. Hayes-White mentioned SMART goals. And so there are 2 different ways that you can talk about defining those goals or referencing those goals. So SMART goals, of course, fall in line with something similar that you see on the screen in terms of measurable, meaningful, memorable, achievable. Are they measurable is really a key piece here. So how are we going to determine whether we made that aim or not, or hit that aim, I should say, achieve that goal? You'll see on the SIP logic model, you'll see a lot of terms in terms of increasing. We want to get more specific. Our work is broad across all of California, so it's a little bit harder when you look at what is our sphere of influence. So we're looking at creating more specific results for our grantees where we have more of that influence versus the entire state at large, right, when we don't work with them at a tier 2 level. But being measurable is really important no matter what the work is. How are you going to determine success criteria and monitor that? Is it meaningful? Is it impactful? Is this important work? Is it meaningful to the field at large, to whatever stakeholder group that you're aiming for? And is it memorable? Can you share this information with others because it is meaningful? The aim is memorable. The work is memorable. It doesn't just get lost in some plan that is shelved somewhere, that it's really revisited and there is fidelity to that logic model. So applying all those measurable, meaningful, memorable outcomes, we created this logic model for that real world example that I mentioned. So on the far right is the impact, which again was outlined by that grant. So the hub of resources, increasing students included in early ed settings, and community partnerships to support the learners. So then you start to see the more measurable impact in terms of the short term and long term. So a webinar series by a particular date, increasing indicator 6A, which is inclusion in regular settings for preschool students by 5% across LEAs by June of 2023. And those LEAs being those sample sites that were mentioned, and increasing positive behavior practices by 30%. So you see again, those measurable outcomes. And then backing it up to what the resources were. Our CDE partners, the county offices, and then those folks in the system of support are outlined there, as well as other technical assistance projects and folks that are contracted to address this work within special education. So again, I don't want to go into too much more detail about this, but just to show you how you take those, what is the aim, what are the asks, what is the work, and put it into a visual representation so that everybody has a common focus. It's coherent. There's a through line that Kevin mentioned between resources, activities, evidence, outcomes, and impact. And again, it could be used as a communication tool to share the work and the focus. So I want to pause here. That was a lot of information and just want to open it up before we move forward and actually start working within your logic model. But any questions you have that we can answer either about logic model, about the work for the rest of our time today.
Thank you, Dr. Brooks. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Director Schaefer and Dr. Brooks? I don't see any hands. Let me know if I'm missing any hands. I think we're ready for the next step, Dr. Brooks.
Okay, great.
Oh, no, I do see a hand.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Reese.
It's not a question. I just wanted to thank you both for your time. I thought it was a great presentation. I look forward to using these practices moving forward. As you heard earlier, we have quite a bit on our plate. So I think this will be very helpful. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
I think it'll be really, really helpful to focus the work and calibrate the understanding across the subcommittee on really what the resources available and go through the logic model to really impact the system at a very deep level. So thank you.
I do see another hand, Commissioner Estes.
Hi, yes, thank you. I am a fan of the logic model and strategic planning, so I'm excited to concretely do that for the subcommittee. One of the questions I had for the commission is if your support is only related to the mental health subcommittee, or I had understood that the commission as a whole was going to be creating a strategic plan for the commission. We don't only have one committee that I know of, so I'm just curious.
Well, that's a nice question, because the logic model is something that I would like all committees to be able to use for their plans. So we're just using the mental health subcommittee to help us with the content and help us segue into everyone using the logic model, if that's what the commission would like to do. Commissioners?
I just have one more clarifying question then. If that's the case, then, anyway, that's the case, then I guess my question would be then, could Kevin and Kristen, would they be working with the commission to create a broader strategic plan for the commission moving forward after today's meeting, outside of, I'm just trying to figure out the longer term support interface here.
No, today they're just helping us with the subcommittee work, and then we'll talk about the global commission later.
Okay, so we might be doing this for other subcommittees in other commission meetings?
We might be doing the logic model for other subcommittees and or committees later. For instance, the Legend Policy Committee could use this logic model too. But let's just focus with mental health.
Okay, I had thought we were doing a broader strategic plan. Thank you. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions before we move forward? I don't see any. I pass the mic back to Dr. Brooks.
So just a quick question as Kevin and I facilitate through this with you all. We want to look at time frame real quick. So Kevin and I had talked about, this is a cognitive load. It's a lift for the team to work through a logic model. It does take a lot of intentional design, thought, reflection, and focus. And so I think our time today goes through 12:20. Is that right?
Yes, we are going to use the logic model and putting the information through 12:20, but then we'll continue the conversation up to 1:05.
So I just want to make sure that we offer the commissioners enough time or enough of a break at a certain point. So we're flexible. Kevin and I get really excited about this work. So we have no problem pushing through, but we don't want to tax you all cognitively on the work that you need to do, because we're facilitating, you all are actually doing the heavy lift. So do you want us to break kind of midway through for a couple of minutes? Would you like us to power through? What is the protocol? What would you prefer for the next bit of time here?
Commissioners, what would you like to do? I'll put it out to everyone. Can we work up until 11:30 and see where we're at?
That sounds great for us.
That makes sense.
That works for me.
Okay, excellent. All right, so let's dive in. One more quick question. We had submitted some slides earlier prior to this meeting that you all should have access to. Kevin and I, obviously we've thought about this every day since, and we added a couple of slides that might help in terms of visual representation that there is some animation. If you prefer we don't use those slides, we can go back to what you already have and just speak to those slides. But what you see in front of you now is not in your current slide, but we thought would help as we're planning through this process together. So just wanted to ask permission to use this, or would you like us to use our original version?
Commissioners?
I would like to use this one.
I would too. I'd second that.
I would too.
And Dr. White, this is Cindy Nobles, one of the ASL interpreters. Can everybody be mindful of the speed of talk so we can keep up with everybody? It's going quite fast and we're trying to keep up, but we don't want to miss any information. That would be quite helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners and guests. Everyone, please talk slower for the interpreters.
No problem. All right, so our thought process was that we would take you through the overall aim of the logic model and give you some checklist points to consider as we work through each component of the logic model, so that you can have some thinking on your own. I believe you also have a processing guide to take any notes and sort of some considerations as you go through this work, notes on your side, whatever works for you in terms of how you process the information and reflect. So we thought we'd take you through what our aim is, some of the questions that we have, because those questions will help calibrate our thoughts and our work. And it's literally a checklist of sorts, which as the questions come up in just a bit, it'll be yes, no, or we need more information, or that needs to be reviewed or revisited or revised. So Kevin, if you want to advance through, oh, I'm sorry, let's start with, I see it. What's the current situation or problem that we intend to impact? So this is that problem of practice that Kevin mentioned is so important and informs our work. So we want to start here before we go through the rest of the contents of the logic model, because we're going to build it around this. So what we are hoping you'll be mindful of is just what is the sphere of influence that this subcommittee has. So mental health is a huge beast, right? And there's so many things we want to do and change and impact, but being very mindful of what this sphere of influence is, what is the current situation that we tend to impact with our work. So a couple of examples without putting words in your mouth might be, we intend to create a greater awareness around the mental health crisis that is impacting our preschool through 12 population. It could be that we need to raise awareness around, as you mentioned very specifically, non-public schools, out-of-home placements, and institutions, everything that falls within those various categories. It could be that you want to highlight the stories from the field and practices that are working well to be proactive in the approach and design in early education to mitigate those barriers early before mental health becomes an increasing problem for our early ed as they go through the school journey. It could be that you want to again, highlight the work or the resources that are available for students in the system by providing information in the EDGE newsletter, in the ACSE annual report. So what is the current problem? Is it awareness? Is it resources? Is it some other aim? So what are you identifying as the problem that you want to most impact? And we'll start there.
And I think something to really focus on, and we might spend a lot of time developing what this problem of practice is, because we also need to consider what our parameters are as a subcommittee. And Chair Dr. Hayes-White really focused in that subcommittee meeting that we have a limited number of meetings. We have a limited number of time in order to create that deep level of impact, which is why we first start with the problem of practice or develop what that aim is within our current confines. Mm-hmm. And then we look at what resources do we have available? What activities would then get us to a point to utilize those resources effectively? We're going to define what those activities are, again, within our parameters, and then what evidence and artifacts will be part of that end result to create that impact. What outcome then do we want to focus on to deeply impact the stakeholders, the students, the families, et cetera, that we've defined in that problem of practice? And then finally, what is that impact going to be? So we mentioned earlier about that through line, and I think the organization of our thoughts based on the resources, activities, evidence, artifacts, outcomes, impact, when we create that through line, we also create clarity, not only amongst the subcommittee, but also all of the stakeholders. As we communicate this information out, there's a sense of accountability and there's a sense of direction and vision that we're creating. There's also kind of a non-linear approach, even though we talk about a through line and connecting all of the components of the logic model, there is a very specific way in order to organize and develop a logic model. So this is why we wanted to kind of create a context and a visual for where we currently are throughout each stage of development. So we move from creating that problem of practice or understanding across the subcommittee, what is our current aim? What is the impact that we intend to create? And then we move directly to the end of the logic model. So we're going to focus on that impact piece. And then we're going to start moving backwards to then what are the outcomes that we would expect? And that's our goal. And in that subcommittee conversation, there was a great deal of emphasis. What is our goal? What are we specifically trying to do in creation of a logic model and those evidence, the evidence that will demonstrate that we get there, and the artifacts that then we can show that we are moving in that direction to achieve the outcomes to deepen the impact. Mm-hmm. And then we move over to the resources. What do we have available to us in order to rely on to then design the activities? And then what are those activities going to be that will then result in the evidence and the artifacts, the outcomes, and the impact? So the reason we created this is really to show the process by which we'll take you through in creation of the logic model, which seems very, very, very logical in the development from resources to impact. But in that development, again, we're going to start with the end in mind in order to create the impact through the outcomes, the artifacts, the activities, and the resources. Mm-hmm. So we just wanted to pause there. Go ahead, Kristen.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, so that's why we talked about a lot of things earlier this morning, different directions that the subcommittee could go. And we want to create the biggest impact. But when we start to think about our resources, how many meetings does the subcommittee have remaining? How much time will be devoted? How many folks are on the subcommittee? So if you're looking at something lofty, like we would like to create our own research study and present a report in June, is that realistic for this committee's work? Or is it more of gathering information to inform this committee's work, if that makes sense? And I think I see it.
Commissioner Topalian.
So thank you again. I mean, I think this is great information. I'm just kind of confused about where we were and where we're going and why we didn't do this earlier or, last time. So I guess I'm just confused. And I appreciate you guys presenting this because it makes sense when you see it visually, right? And being able to do all this. I'm just wondering, because we did have a discussion this morning for an hour about, resources and things like that. So I'm wondering where we're going to go with how we're going to integrate it all together and put it together in that sense. Because that was a mental health committee. And then now we're doing this as a whole committee. I guess this is logistical. This isn't for you guys. This is for Commissioner Vanya White.
So we are continuing the conversation that we had during our subcommittee now as a commission. We're addressing it as a commission, but the work that we talked about, we're putting the content into the model. They're helping us put the content into the model. So we did the brainstorming this morning, right? We front loaded the work this morning. Now, SIP is helping us put the content into the framework, which is the logic model.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
I saw another hand. Commissioner Snipes?
Yeah, I had my hand up. You actually said exactly what I was going to say, but also I think that this gives us a really good model for when we move forward as a commission on other topics as well. So we're using what we're talking about in the Mental Health Committee to fill in this logic model now, but it's a really great learning opportunity for us as far as moving forward with anything that the entire commission or other subcommittees might have in the future.
Thank you, Commissioner Snipes. The Mental Health Subcommittee is the springboard for us, right? We're just using the subcommittee to help us. And then it's going to springboard to other things. This logic model can be used throughout the commission. Commissioner Adler?
Yeah, so I just wanted to know if this is the appropriate time to share then what the problem that we identified this morning in our meeting, if it's appropriate to share that now. Should we put it in the logic model now?
Yes. Dr. Brooks will help us with that, and Director Schaefer.
Yes, so that's exactly where we want to start. And Kevin's doing a beautiful job of pulling up all of our different documents. We have a draft ACSE logic model working doc. And so as you are providing information and sharing that out, we'll be adding it into this format, because Kevin and I don't want to just determine what your formatting will look like. Maybe you want something colorful. Maybe you want something that's not as linear. So there are many different ways to present the information. So we created just this working doc, and as you develop your problem of practice, we'll write it here. So we'll go back to those slides, the visual representation of that logic model. Then we'll be adding your actual input here as your draft, and you can use this to then, for lack of a better term, pretty up your logic model presentation. So at the top, you can see it says problem of practice. So we need to get to that right now. Commissioner Adler, you just mentioned, is this the point? Yes, this is the point. Let's identify the problem of practice. So if we just say mental health, that's a topic, right? That's an area of concern, but it's not specific to the problem of practice related to mental health. So again, is it that there's a lack of awareness in the field regarding the resources and supports that are available? Is it that there is a lack of correlated data to share out in terms of numbers in non-public school, different student groups that are identified, how it's impacting families? So more of that kind of data research that needs to be brought to the surface. Is it that individuals don't have an opportunity to view what's working well to mitigate mental health concerns in our schools? So we can aim in a couple of different ways, but again, for the purposes of this subcommittee, what is the problem of practice related to mental health that you want to address in your time between now and June?
So what we discussed this morning in our committee work was a reduction, or the problem would be the large number of out-of-home placements or placements in NPS settings for students with disabilities.
Yes, and that is definitely a concern. But going back to, so Kevin and I are going to challenge your thinking through this. That's why we're the facilitators and you guys do the heavy lift. So the question is, does this subcommittee have a sphere of influence or control over the number of out-of-home placements? Or is it that you're trying to address awareness around that, resources to support reducing that number? Clearly, we're not in IEP meetings to be able to influence that on a personal level of what that offer of free and appropriate public education would be for our students. So is there a large number of out-of-home placements? Yes. What is the problem of practice that this committee could address related to that? Where is that sphere of influence?
Commissioner Tostin.
Good morning, everyone. And I apologize for not being on camera. I'm having some technical difficulties this morning. And Dr. Brooks, thank you so much for the clarification, because it appears that Within our scope, our goal would be to increase awareness of this problem, and given our role as ACSE and our ability to connect with the state agencies and appointing bodies, I think raising awareness of this challenge is certainly something that's worthy of us to try and tackle.
Thank you. Commissioner Snipes.
I am going to second what Commissioner Tostin just said. And also, I think that it's within our scope to be able to, and these are going to be obviously within the artifacts and activities highlighting models that are successfully supporting students' mental health needs before they get to the point of needing to of having to go to an out-of-home placement. I think that we can really highlight that with some of the things that we have access to.
And I think also addressing what is the impact? I know we're going to move into that next, but just looking at the problem of practice, what is the impact? Who is being impacted? Is it our entire educational system? Is it students? There was conversation in the subcommittee about ensuring that families are brought into the fold or consideration in the development of the problem of practice, as well as the logic model. Who is impacted, and are we reaching the stakeholders that we intend to impact through this problem of practice?
I'm going to ask Commissioner Topalian or Commissioner Estes to weigh in.
Go ahead.
You go ahead, and then I'll.
And I do agree. I think the awareness is what we need to do, is increasing the awareness by giving them all the resources to be able to do all that. I think that's one of the. Yes, I do agree with that.
I just want to clarify the question that you just asked. I guess I'm just trying to understand, is the question that you're asking, like, who is our audience?
Who is impacted? Is it all students, preschool through grade 12, or is there a small population of students and families that would be impacted? Is this a narrow scope or is it a broad scope? Who's benefiting? Who is not benefiting?
So to answer that, certainly who is impacted would be the children with disabilities who are currently placed out of home, and their families who do not have them in their homes right now. So that's part of the answer. And in identifying some bright spots or best practice models in the state for inclusionary practices to reduce out-of-home placement or prevent out-of-home placement, I would think there might be an impact on the system itself in the identification and replication of those models.
And I would just like to offer, along with what Kevin was saying in terms of zooming out a little bit. So this particular population is a narrow population, right? The number of, although large, like too large, right? We don't want any students out of home placements. But there is a large number, but that's a small number of students when you're looking at students with disabilities broadly, or students in general broadly. We always want to make sure we're talking about all kids. What if we were to look at a problem of practice in terms of increasing awareness of out of general ed placement, or out of, in terms of a least restrictive environment, to include out of home placements? So would the work that you're looking at in terms of lifting up model sites, having presentations, sharing information in the annual report, could that be centered more on mental health's impact to inclusion, including out of home placements? I'm just wondering if you want to go more broad, or if you want us to focus specifically on out of home and not LRE in general.
I'm happy to speak to that and then let other people speak. Ensuring least restrictive environment placement for students with disabilities, with mental health needs, is certainly a priority of mine. I'd be happy to say that, and then specifically concentrating on youth and students with disabilities who are placed out of home or at risk of being placed out of home as a concrete population, narrower population and focus that the commission could concentrate on, coming back to what we've been talking about, which is concrete, doable bodies of work. I can give a direct parallel example, the Child Welfare Commission's concentration on sexually exploited minors and the entire body of work that they developed related to that population.
Okay, I'm seeing two hands. I know Commissioner Topalian has a question, but David, is that a new hand or an old one?
New hand.
I'm
sorry.
Go ahead.
So as we're engaging in this conversation, I wonder how we can bring data sets to inform some of our decision making, because as Dr. Brooks is talking, my mind is going to, proportionally small number of students we're talking about, but significant impact. And so I wonder if there are, maybe in the subsequent meeting, we can look at some of our mental health data to kind of affirm or confirm the priorities that we're going to be setting.
Thank you for that. And Commissioner Topalian?
I was just about to say the same thing as David, because the impact is greater and the staff and the resources it takes at a school site is more. In the sense that, the student needs more assistance, more support, which we want to give them, but then what happens is the school does not have some of those supports and resources that's necessary. So the impact becomes more of a school-wide, and the resources are only aimed at, a certain number of students. So if we are preventative and we have a lot of these different things and there's a model out there and some resources, then that would be I think some of the best things that we can do in giving. That's why the focus is great, because we don't want them to get there. We want to make sure we increase awareness.
So what I'm hearing is awareness in general about the broad impact of mental health on students with disabilities in our system, specifically students in the most restrictive placement, which would be out of home, impacting the students and the families. So pointing us back to, remember, when we're talking about resources, we're talking about resources of this committee, not necessarily resources at the school sites. So in terms of informing this work, for example, if the problem of practice is to increase awareness around the impact of mental health on students with disabilities being removed from regular settings, let's say that's the problem of practice and you want to increase that awareness, then maybe what you're trying to do is create, again, information resource sharing broadly through the newsletter, through bringing folks in who have done preventative, proactive strategies and sharing their stories from the field. So that's some of the work that would happen. And then what are the resources that this group has? So it's, a few meetings, this number of hours, these number of partners who could come in and share what's happening. So making sure that we're focusing in on what can this subcommittee do based on a very broad, or a much broader problem of practice. If that helps to clarify it all.
Commissioner Estes, I hear you. You want to talk?
I think Janine has her hand up.
Yeah, it's Topalian.
Oh, sorry. Topalian?
So, and again, thank you again, and I do agree. What are some of the resources that we have? So, and I think it comes from the powerful, going back to what Commissioner Estes was saying about the youth voice, and there's so many stories out there of the youth who've been there and done this. I mean, I was stopped at a corner, at a dark street. One of my students that went to non-public school stopped me and said, "Dr. Topalian, is that you?" And I was surprised. So, and I thought, it was going to go a different way. And the student turned around and said, "Thank you. That was the best thing you could have done." But what was missing was the fact of the family reunification of coming back because he changed, but the system didn't change at home. So we need to have, I think we need to, you know, put this as an awareness of how that impacts the family, the child, the system in itself, and what we can do. And during the pandemic, and this isn't isolated in that sense, and as you could tell, I'm very passionate about it because during the pandemic, we had a lot of students who weren't allowed to go to, let's say, where they were just thrown back into schools. They weren't allowed into schools and there was nothing out there. So just increasing awareness of what we can possibly do, I think it comes in, again, like the different levels of support and resources that we would be able to provide that we prevent. I mean, we have a lot of resources in our committee. They're from different places. We have different things, you know, commissioner's orders, transition. We could talk about that, what things like that look like. But I'm just saying that, you know, how do we bring it in an awareness of helping students? Because I feel like we could talk about this all day long, but we need impact now because the kids are suffering now. And we need to do something, you know, now at the end of the day. But I do appreciate you guys trying to, you know, I think this is great to try to make the focus more strategic in that sense.
Commissioner Topalian, I just want to kind of springboard off of what you just said, that when we look at the problem of practice, increasing awareness of the large number of out-of-home placements, also considering what is the process by which students are placed in out-of-home placements, right? So is it the awareness for stakeholders at large to understand the process by which this large number of students are placed in out-of-home placements? Like what does that look like? Or what are the considerations prior to the placement in out-of-home?
So you're saying, thank you again. Just to, okay, so just changing, instead of just looking at that, what is the process of getting there, right? So increasing awareness of the process of large number of, you know, out-of-home placements for students with disabilities.
Right, so looking at through a lens of what is the process or what is the typical trajectory for students that are moved out of their homeschool settings or home placements to be placed in the RTCs or non-public schools? Like, is the process the focus, or is it the number of students?
So can we say something as in, you know, it's a trajectory and increasing awareness, like awareness in the sense that this is where it's getting them, right? This is what it's taking, like increasing, because I don't think people understand how, you know, because we have a lot of students who go just from Gen Ed straight to MPS RTC. But I don't think a lot of people understand what's in between and what happens. And again, I think that's different for each school and each school district in itself. Elizabeth, Stacy, what do you guys think?
I think awareness is a broad term. Mm-hmm. And I think it can encompass, you know, what you're suggesting, Kevin, you know, about the process of getting to an out-of-home placement, as well as just this fact of letting people outside the field become aware and gain knowledge about the number of kids who are placed out of the home. So I think that, you know, if we want to hone in or narrow down what we've determined to be our problem of practice, to focus on how kids get to out of home placement, then, you know, maybe awareness isn't the right term here. And I think maybe for our purposes too, keeping it broader might enable us to you know, bring more to the table.
Okay, I saw two hands. I saw Snipes and Brooks. Commissioner Snipes?
I will defer to Kristen.
All right.
So I just wanted to pull us back a little bit. This is what gets tricky with building out logic models, is we kind of start to just have broader discussions, and it's hard to focus our work. So I'm going to play a facilitator here and focus this in a little bit more. So what I'm hearing is there's a concern about maybe we don't know the data. So we use the large number of out-of-home placements, but yet we don't know what that is as a team right here in this group. And so maybe it does tie to awareness because we don't know the data, but it also ties to, we know kids are in out-of-home placements that have mental health needs. So it could be that we're structuring this in a way that we talk about, there's some data gathering that still needs to happen, but are folks at large, are stakeholders aware of the number of students who are not served in general ed with mental health issues and are in out-of-home and other placements? And do they know the process by which students get there so that we can be proactive? So it could be that there is, kind of a two-part there. So we want to, again, really focus in on this subcommittee's tackle of problem of practice. And so if we don't have the data and we don't have the awareness, likely is the public at large does not have that. So maybe that will focus our work. And again, going back to perhaps there's some data dive that this team does, as well as inviting folks who do have that information. I heard some discussion about some university studies, some studies underway already around MPS. That information will likely come out after this subcommittee's work is done. And so some information gathering data, of course, on this, as well as the process to be proactive. So there may be components. Proactive, what are schools and communities doing out there now to keep their kids in their school settings? What happens at that intervention level, and what happens to return students back to school, right? So how are we, once they're out there, how are we getting them back? So there's a lot of this awareness and information sharing that could happen if that is what this subcommittee thinks would be the biggest impact. Again, if this tight committee that is highly invested in special education and mental health, if we don't have that information or that awareness, likely the public at large would need that as well. So that may be your problem of practice and your impact, if that makes sense.
And I'm raising my hand.
Go ahead, Janine.
And that's what we were exactly saying, Dr. Brooks. That's what we were getting at, because I think at our first subcommittee meeting, we were trying to say, we don't have this information, we need this information, so then we could use the data to make an informed decision of how to move forward and where we would go to where we would make impact. So that's where that's everything we did this morning. So we're talking about where we could get data from and how we can move forward from there. So thank you for saying that.
Well, we can definitely go based on even some of the data that Kevin and I shared this morning, if that's helpful for this work. If you feel like you don't have the data to move forward with a logic model, that's definitely another discussion. We will make some assumptions around the data. So, for example, in terms of emergency room visits for hospitalizations, if it's up 38% for the K-12 large, and we're looking at roughly 13% of students with disabilities that are included in that, then we have some data sources, at our fingertips there. If we're looking at self-injury, suicide rates, that sort of thing. If you want to be specific to LRE, then we would have to definitely gather that. So this is where your point of entry is and your impact.
Commissioner Estes.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to come back to some of the conversation we already had this morning regarding data collection. And that was data regarding the number of students who are currently placed out of home in the state of California, what the qualifying eligibility category is under the IDEA for those students, how many are placed out of home in state, how many are placed out of home out of state, how many of, I'm going to slow down for interpreters, how many of them are involved with the child welfare and or juvenile justice system. And I thought this morning that we had a conversation around collecting that data before we, and getting reports on that before we made prospective decisions. So I'm just coming back to that conversation. And Dr. Brooks, you can help us if that's not the data you're referring to, or if there's something else you're thinking here. You're also referencing other factors like hospitalization rates, and I'm very familiar with those statistics as well. And they do relate to out-of-home placement, although there isn't entirely a direct correlation there.
Yeah, those statistics are just more broad in terms of the sense of urgency around mental health and the increase, again, broadly. If the focus of this subcommittee is going to be on out-of-home placements, then you would definitely need different data sets. So for example, if there are roughly 11,000 students in non-public schools and upwards of 800,000 students with disabilities, you can run those numbers and figure what percentage are in non-public and start from there. If that is what the subcommittee wants to focus their work on. Again, having to confine to the limits of what the subcommittee's work can become within these next few meetings. So awareness data is bubbling up that is a concern, as well as what resources are out there for the field. So if the field at large doesn't know what to do with their mental health crises for students with disabilities, and they are looking at change of placement to off-campus, non-public school, NPA, institution, anything out of the home, do they have that awareness? Do they understand the increasing numbers due to the mental health crisis? So I can see this committee being a body of compiling resources to share out, to having practitioners from the field come in and talk about what's happening in the field. So for example, if you have 4 more meetings, and I know I'm kind of jumping to resources and activities, which is not necessarily where we want to go. We want to start with, the aim, but at the same time, I want to be realistic about the conversation that we're having. So let's say you have 4 more meetings and you want to have presenters at each of those meetings from the field to share about the mental health impact of students with disabilities in their local communities, then this team could work to schedule those folks. The activity is to calendar folks from the field to come in and present for a specified period of time. It could be that then Mary Grady from the Special Edge obviously comes to all of these meetings. She takes notes. She can use that information to create case studies within the newsletter and the ACSE annual report to be able to share that information out in a very coherent way. Let's say you reserve a page or 2 in the annual report for the data sharing around the data sharing and the awareness related to mental health and its impact, the significant impact that leads to out-of-home placement. So you see that through line of, okay, the resources are, we have 4 meetings, the activities, we're going to bring presenters, and we're going to have a couple of pages in the newsletter. The artifacts are going to be the newsletter and recordings and evidence of those presentations. The outcomes are going to be that we want to increase awareness by a specific percentage, or we want a certain number of folks tuning in to the meetings and hearing that. We want to be able to spread the word across all county offices, let's say, and you want to share that newsletter. The impact is going to be increased awareness and hopefully decrease the percentage of students in out-of-home placements. So you see kind of that through line based on the resources you have, with the aim. Even if we don't have those specific numbers, I do think that this committee can focus its efforts over the next few meetings. So I would hate to see the work stop, but at the same time, I understand if more data is needed before folks feel comfortable.
I should probably clarify then. So as a step 1, what I understood from the mental health committee's conversation this morning was creating awareness regarding out-of-home placement students with disabilities, and while doing that, gathering data on how many there are, what their identified disabilities are under the IDEA, whether they're in-home or out-of-home, in-state or out-of-state, and whether they are touching child welfare and juvenile justice. So gathering that information in order to then create the awareness with that data. So I didn't mean for it to stop. I just meant what I heard was that data is information we would gather in order to create awareness. And then the other piece of the conversation aligns with what you just said, which was identification of presentations to the commission regarding maybe best practice models for inclusionary practices to prevent out-of-home placement or to reunify students who are out of home. as well as presentations regarding like community schools or expanded learning opportunity programming or early care programming that are contributing to efforts to reduce and or prevent out-of-home placement for students with disabilities in California. And then one of the other things that I've been thinking about is, since we are a policy body, whether there is an analysis of existing policy, legislation, or otherwise that the commission would recommend or propose prospectively. The other presentation, and I think we are going to get a presentation on this today, but it is about the existing non-public school, non-public agency research that is going to be conducted, and whether that relates to out-of-home placement specifically or not. Whether that would incorporate some of an analysis of either the reduction of students who are placed in out-of-home placement or the reunification of students who are out of home now.
I see a hand, Commissioner Ruiz.
I think it's really clear that this is ginormous. And I think maybe when I hear you, Commissioner Estes, talking, I think that it might be like years long, and I think there's no way to not look at this problem as years long. And this isn't specifically directed at you, Commissioner Estes, but all of us. I mean, I was really starting to feel comfortable, a little bit more comfortable with what Dr. Brooks was saying, because what can we realistically do to have a clear impact in 4 months or in 4 meetings, even though we would love to have a much larger impact, and we probably can, but just to stay super focused. And I know we're also passionate, so it seems like this isn't enough, or we want to do more, we want to tackle larger areas, but it seems like we kind of come back to this where we're kind of stuck. And so I want to just encourage us to I don't know, make it a little bit smaller, even though it seems crazy, because there's just so many powerful, educated people on this commission, but we're still human and we can only tackle what we can tackle. So, I mean, if we can have like 4 amazing presentations in the next 4 meetings that could really move us to one really big but not final section of this problem, I think that would be great. And I think we as a commission, we want to hit it out of the park right now. We just want to do so much. But I mean, really, I'm really moved by what Dr. Brooks, and I'm sorry if I'm going to just say Kevin, I can't see you right now, but what you guys are bringing here, because I think since I've been on the commission, I think I've seen this occur where it's just like, oh my gosh. And then we really bring in how much more data we want, which I think is absolutely necessary. But I would love us to be able to keep moving forward, even if it's in smaller steps, until we get that data or something that would allow us to keep moving forward powerfully.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruiz. I saw 2 other hands. I think Commissioner Snipes and then Director Calamise.
So when I'm listening to everyone talking about this, and I know it does feel really big and hard to address, what I'm hearing is that the overarching thing that we're focusing on is awareness, right? We're wanting to bring awareness. And then out of this awareness, there are 2 clear directions that we could go, and we don't have to be so solution outcome focused when we're looking at these 2 things. We can look at data and we can look at practice. And over our next 4 meetings, we can have data presented to us and we can have practice presented to us. And with those presentations, we can begin to share awareness through artifacts like the EDGE and things of that nature. And this doesn't have to have an end date of June, right? So we can revisit this and say, look at the awareness that we brought forth in June, and how do we want to revise this logic model as we move forward into our second year of exploring it. And that's where we can start getting deeper into the issue. But I feel like if we're looking at this as a broad awareness thing, we have the data that we can look at, and we have the practice that we can look at. And that's where the impact is going to happen this year.
Thank you. Director Calamise.
I'm wondering if it would be helpful. I know I was going to talk a little bit about sort of the overview of the NPS study in and of itself, and certainly I can hold that for later, but is it relevant, and wondering if it's relevant to just sort of talk about sort of the components of that study now to help sort of guide the conversation. So open to that. I'm certainly open to that, and certainly open to providing a little bit more information later on this afternoon.
Dr. Brooks.
I was just going to offer up a problem of practice if it was helpful to keep us going forward in the vein that that Commissioner Snipes mentioned in terms of data practice. We could leave it for now at increased awareness of the impact of mental health on placement of students with disabilities. And if we have that as our problem of practice, then what is the impact that we expect out of increasing awareness? That would be change in practice over time in terms of the services and the supports that are offered to students. Hopefully an anticipated reduction in out-of-home placements and other out of regular ed setting placements, because that includes our early ed population. So if it was increased awareness of the impact of mental health, as I know as Kevin's typing, but just putting this out there for the group if this helps focus a bit. Of students with disabilities, on students with disabilities, yeah. And then before students on the placement. So increase awareness of the impact of mental health on the placement of students with disabilities. And then period. And see, just offering this up for the commission to see what your thoughts are on that statement, and then leaving out the large numbers, that section. Because again, we don't have the data on that to put that forefront, even though again, one would be too large for us, right? As a community. So if it does land here, then we talk about how that increased awareness creates impact. So again, is that impacting access, awareness and access to resources, to decreasing out of regular ed placements? So that would be the overall impact. What would be the outcomes as we're backwards planning? And we'll get to these sections, but just to walk you through this, the outcomes would be that those participants viewing the commission meetings synchronously and asynchronously would have that access to the data and the practices presented over the next 4 meetings. So just, we can walk, backwards map that, but that's how that would look. I don't want to get us too far into there. But you had also mentioned, aligning with MTSS, so we could talk about the resources that are available, again, proactively as intervention, and then as return to class, return to school practices.
Kristen, as an example for the outcomes.
Participants would have access to current data That could be one outcome related to, mental health and placement. And then another outcome, so that you could measure it separately, would be that they're provided with examples of model practice. And then you could quantify that, right? And a certain number of participants, if some of the activities are printing or published in the EDGE newsletter, then you could quantify viewers of that information. We definitely have data in terms of who's accessing the online newsletter. If you wanted to, you could have a few print versions of that mailed to the county offices, something of that nature. So to increase that access for awareness. So a lot of different ways this could go, but I think, again, going back to what is the problem of practice that this group wants to address, knowing that, as Commissioner Snipes mentioned, this may be a multi-year. So if this is only a single year, then we know it's finite. But then Commissioner Estes was talking about, some more broad and deep reaching across time as more data is brought to this commission. So this may be across multi-years, and you can revisit this logic model in version 1.0, 2.0 as you progress through the year or years. But what are your thoughts on that problem of practice? Is that something that sits well with the commission? Do you feel like you need more information? And then that last line, Kevin, would just be after the period would be gone, after the first period.
Right here, yeah.
Does that feel like what the group discussed this morning, as well as what we're fleshing out right now?
Commissioners, weigh in.
I think it helps us take a tiered approach to addressing what we want to bring awareness to. And so I really think that keeping it broad doesn't necessarily make it too big of a topic for us. It allows us to have presentations that are going to cover a wide array of topics. And it'll also allow us to kind of hone in our focus as we get more information, especially on the data piece, which seems to be something that we really want as far as informing ourselves as a commission. So I like keeping it broad in this way, because I think it may open doors to information that we may not even know that we want right now.
Other commissioners,
Again, this is a whole process for some of us, so we're just trying to get with the program, quote unquote, in that sense. So we're just trying to go with it, and we appreciate your patience and, just being here and being able to explain all these things. I think it's just a logical model, but, logistically we have more of the trying to figure out where we're going, how to go, and everybody's brain works differently. So I think that's where mine is very unique in that, because I would think, so anyway, so thank you. I want to say thank you about that and trying to work with us. We appreciate it.
No thanks needed. That's what we're here for, is just to facilitate. And as Kevin and I shared, the cognitive lift is on you all. We just start to bubble up some ideas and pose them to the group. One thing that Kevin and I share with our team is just the concept of, zoom out. So go out broadly. What are you trying to impact? Then focus in on where your work can ultimately be directed. And then when we get to a point like right now, I'm looking at the time, we're almost at 11:30. That's where we disconnect. That's where we disengage for a moment. We take a break. We do talk with our team about, you get your best learning and thought processing when you're in the shower or doing your hair. And so you just need to sort of step away from the screen, step away from the content for a minute, and then come back and revisit it. So we might be right at that point where we're needing to just disconnect for a bit. But just remembering that zoom out, what is the big picture and big impact that this committee wants, then we can start focusing in on the work to get there and start getting more detailed. And then when we start to hit a wall, we can disconnect and reengage. And I think, Kevin, you were right the first round. I think when we're defining a problem of practice, the aim is to increase, but you're right. The problem is the lack of awareness is our problem of practice we're trying to address.
And I love the term awareness, especially for this first logic model. Like, we're increasing the awareness not only of ourselves through the data, but bringing in presenters also, not to get too far ahead of ourselves with the activities, but that's also data. We're gathering data across all of the activities and then how we're pushing that out with Mary Grady and the special edge and creating an aligned process for community out, I think this makes a lot of sense.
Commissioners, anyone else needs to weigh in? This is our time for us to have a conversation.
Let me see.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Yeah, I just, as far as the direction we're going, I mean, when we first started this conversation this morning, just the way it was kind of divided into just two directions, I was kind of bugged by that, right? Early on, because I wanted to do so much more, but just understanding that we can only do so much to have a great impact. I think we're really on the right track. Yeah, I didn't expect that we would just be okay with just creating awareness, but that's huge. And then it needs to occur in so many different areas of this issue. So I think where we're at right now is pretty good. I also think, yes, we need to disconnect and come back and look at it. And we just need to continuously zoom out and zoom back in. I mean, this is just a whole process. And yeah, I just think that we're on the right track.
Anybody else want to weigh in? So do you guys want to have a 5-minute break? Commissioners, I don't hear anything.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. All right. So y'all want to come back at 11:35?
Sounds good.
Yes.
I don't hear nothing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Let's take a 5-minute break for us to go to the bathroom. We'll come back here at 11:35. All right, commissioners, we are back from our small bathroom break. I'm going to make sure that commissioners are focused on what we should be doing here for our logic model. And I want to anchor us and make sure that we understand that we are trying to achieve something tangible, informative, impactful, and that will be utilized for our field within the structure of our live meeting format. So we discussed earlier during our mental health subcommittee that our target is June of 2023. So I just wanted to anchor us with that. And I will turn the mic back over to Dr. Brooks and Director Schaefer.
I think it's also important to kind of zoom out, as we talked about earlier, and calibrate our understanding of the purpose of the advisory commission. So I wonder if we might have a bit of discussion to make sure that we don't go down a pathway or a rabbit hole that is antithesis to the core work and the charge of the advisory commission. So I wonder, Dr. Hayes-White, maybe we could just go back to that, or one of the other commissioners, so that we can calibrate our understanding and our vision within that lane.
Yes, and I'm going to ask our editor, Mary Grady, to help us with that piece, because she often helps us anchor us with the mission and the vision, because she's been supporting the commission for over 20 years. So Mary Grady, are you here?
I am indeed. Hello, Chair Hayes-White.
Hi.
I've been listening and recording the conversation. or taking notes on the conversation. Let me pull up your charge as defined in the Code of Federal Regulations, if I may. There are 5 points, 5 charges in effect. So is this what you were looking for, Chair?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Your charge is to advise the state educational agency of unmet needs within the state in the education of children with disabilities, to comment publicly on any rules or regulations proposed by the state regarding the education of children with disabilities, to advise the state educational agency in developing evaluations and reporting on data to the secretary under Section 618. And I can research that for you if you'd like. I'm not exactly sure what that means. Item number 4, though, to advise the state educational agency in developing corrective action plans to address findings identified in federal monitoring reports, and to advise the state educational agency in developing and implementing policies related to the coordination of services for children with disabilities. So that is your federal charge.
Thank you. Director Schaefer, was that what you were looking for?
Yeah, I think it's critical for us to stay grounded in the work that we're charged to do and make sure that we don't go outside of our lane and create that problem of practice and the logic model as a whole within what the commission is created to do.
So I want us to be clear. Our subcommittee has been put together for us to address a slice of an issue. A slice. What can we do? What product can we come up with? What presentation? What culminating tangible outcome can we meet that is informative, helpful, and that will be utilized for the field? Commissioners, do you need to, let's weigh in. David Toston?
You know, I really appreciate the opportunity to zoom out and the moments we're taking to reframe. And as Mary read through those 5 points, it became clear to me, you know, in terms of the cycle of the process, you know, as we're advising and having our conversations, our state partners will be reacting as in addressing the problems, and it's a continuing iterative process. And so when I think about awareness this year, and as we are becoming grounded in the data and the scope of the problem, I can see the artifacts that we can use, whether it's our annual report or
Yes.
the edge to highlight the problems and create awareness and affirm the policies and practices that the state is implementing to address this problem that we're highlighting.
So we have our annual report, the edge, and our presentations. Right? Commissioners?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to hand the mic back to Dr. Brooks and Director Schaefer.
So as Kevin is starting to fill in some of these resources, and we'll go back to this sort of at the end with the resources and activities, but so the annual report serves not only as a resource, right, because we have access to that, but it's also an artifact because we have the ability to inform the annual report. That's what this group does. But that also becomes a thing, right, a tangible artifact for the group. So maybe, Kevin, what do you think about going through that slide deck again? If we've landed on this as our problem of practice, then we can go back to addressing impact and those questions at large. So yes, right there. So as we're slideshow, yeah. Perfect. So as we are going to now begin to fill in, for lack of a better term, the impact, outcomes, evidence, and artifacts. These are some questions to think about as we're talking through this. And then we'll come back to calibrate and see if we're in agreement on these yes, no, or need more information. So the first question being, and just reading out for those folks on the line, a variety of audiences are taken into consideration with specifying credible artifacts, evidence, outcomes, and impact. So thinking about, are we considering who our audience is? Who's going to view the presentations? Who may read the annual report? Are we looking at students, educators, families, community members? And are they credible artifacts, evidence, outcomes, and impacts? And Mary, we know the Special Ed newsletter and the annual report are definitely credible. You create some amazing artifacts there. So consider that question in terms of the audience. The next question.
I think before we move on to the next question, really looking at also who is our audience, but how are we connecting to the stakeholders that really need the information? So it's about the who and it's about the how.
Yes, exactly. So are they quantified? So are we, as we go through this and fill in these sections, are we quantifying the number of meetings, the number of participants or stakeholders, the audience that we're trying to impact? And being very clear, again, this aligns with our resources as well. And are they written as SMART goals and/or, as we mentioned earlier, measurable, meaningful, and memorable? So when we're looking at those outcomes, can we quantify whether we met our goals or not in some fashion? And are they within the scope? We just talked about this being an advisory board. So are they within the scope of our control or sphere of reasonable influence in the field? Have we bitten off more than we can chew, or are we right in our lane? And does it seem fair or reasonable to hold this subcommittee accountable for the outcomes that we outline? Are they achievable between now and June? And lastly, the impact, can we commit that it is not beyond the scope of this subcommittee? So these are some questions to consider as we build out that logic model. Any comments or questions about these? Do these feel like good thought-provoking questions as we work through?
Commissioners, I'm looking for your way in.
I'm in support.
Thank you.
As well.
Yes. Great.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So let's go back to impact. Oh, I'm sorry.
I think I see Mary Grady and Cindy.
Now, I'm not on the screen. I see myself, but I don't, now I'm on. Wait, no, I'm on the speaker screen. Do you see my name right under, now? Okay, I'm on now. Thank you, Dr. White. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
Mary, I think.
All right, Mary, did you say something?
You're on mute, Mary.
Still muted.
Mary, we can't hear you. On mute.
Sorry, Mary.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. There we go.
I'll figure out Zoom one of these years. So I just wanted to clarify that Section 618 in the Federal Code of Regulations regarding the scope of your charge, that has to do with the data that the Department of Education in California submits to the Office of Special Education Programs at the federal level. And so that is within your purview to study and to ask questions about and to pay attention to. So just wanted to make sure that that information was out there.
Thank you.
So to that, so I'm sorry, I was just going to add, so to that end, if it fits in that same vein, Mary, that if we're talking about placement, that is within the information that is presented, because that would be indicators 5 and 6 in terms of LRE placement. So we have the ability to study that. Is that accurate?
Makes sense to me.
Okay, great. All right, so working through impact. If we travel down this lane that we're increasing the awareness about placement and the impact of mental health, what do we see as the impact if we increase awareness and we ultimately, at the end, come up with some advisory points, whether that be at the conclusion of each of those meetings after presentations, if it's in a summative ACSE annual report, or if it's through, and also through the EDGE newsletter. What do you see that overall impact being? Do you see it reaching families, community members?
All of the above. Educators, families, students,
legislators,
educators, legislators, everybody from
State
the
departments.
Yeah. So it could be broad stakeholder awareness, including, as those that Kevin is listing, legislators, State Department. So we could kind of say this broad stakeholder awareness around the impact of mental health on placement for students with disabilities.
I would also like to see our newsletters and EDGE be placed in teacher training programs.
Mm-hmm. So maybe, I know Kevin's trying to keep up with all of our discussion here. I apologize, Kevin. So a second point of impact would be a broader reach of information sharing. So not only is this first piece the increase of awareness across the broad range of stakeholders, but this would also be a broader reach of actual information dissemination. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes. Okay. And to be shared with our liaisons. Mm-hmm. Right? Because we're doing this work, you know, what tangible product can we hand to our liaisons?
So Kevin, that would be a broader reach across stakeholders regarding dissemination of information. There you go. Oh my gosh, you're in my brain. So you don't have to keep writing that same statement. Yes.
Dr. Hayes-White, can you elaborate just a second on who are the liaisons? Who are you referring to?
Oh, we had a big piece yesterday on liaisons. So we have CTA. Do you need me to spell out the California Teachers Association? We have the SELPAs. And I can't remember the acronyms. Guys, help me. We have the Parent Empowerment Centers. SECO, thank you. Don't forget SBE, State Board of Ed. Don't forget CTC.
First Five, Sacramento.
Thank you, First Five SAC.
CARS Plus.
Thank you, CARS Plus. Don't forget
MH, Mental Health Subcommittee, the MH.
Thank you.
SOAC.
We got mental health.
Subcommittee on.
Thank you.
EEC,
we have
children.
Yes.
So I love the idea of specifically naming those directly related to the information that we'll disseminate, but also this listing of liaisons will get us to think about our broad impact to organizations that may not benefit from the work that we do as a commission, as well as the subcommittee.
And this is directly answering that first question in terms of the variety of stakeholders. So just so you know, your work is right in line. Any other impact? So the first one was increased awareness, and then it was regarding the problem of practice. The second one was a broader reach regarding dissemination of information. Any other impact? Do we want to talk something about directly impacting indicators 5 and 6? Which is...
I see a hand. Sorry to interrupt. Commissioner Hamilton.
Hi, I don't know if anyone else has seen this pop up. possibly a bit ironic, but literally at this moment, Governor Newsom is doing a live event about mental health for California kids and outlining his proposal for how to address the issue. So, you know, and talking about key stakeholders, clearly a very important one and something he's generating awareness about as we speak right now.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dawn.
Do you want to state anything regarding placement? So again, that could be measurable in terms of the outcomes, but the impact. So could be, you could frame it in the positive, you know, an increase in students being served in their regular ed settings, or it could be in the negative, a decrease in out of home or MPS placements.
Commissioners, where's your weigh-in at?
Well, I would agree with that because that was actually the point of it, was the placement. So the impact, when you do all the work, what is the impact going to be on the placement? What's that correlation look like? So it would be a decrease, and again, if you write in the positive or negative, and also perhaps in maybe being influencing best practices around that.
I would agree with that.
I'd agree with that as well.
Thank you. Everybody else?
And how parents could participate more, being more knowledgeable. So the participation and, you know, using their voice, advocating for stuff. But I guess just having a better awareness and what, you know, what it does and how they could work towards whatever needs to happen. But there's more engagement, let's call it that.
And we may feel, or, you know, more impact may bubble up from this. These are pretty good starters. I think that encompasses the work that you all have been talking about. If these are the impact areas, what would success look like? So in terms of the measurable outcomes, what would success look like? So we have some starters here in terms of participants viewing to have access. Would that measurable outcome considered a SMART goal or a meaningful, measurable, and memorable? Would that be an increase in the number of folks viewing these meetings and or reading the special ed newsletter and or accessing the annual report? Are any of those feeling like measurable outcomes that would lead to that impact? Because we do have data on that in terms of hits on the website for the report and the annual report and the newsletter. However, that's not the only data point we could utilize. In other words, we do have a baseline on those.
I see your hand. I see a couple. I think Commissioner Reeves, you're first.
Okay, so I just want to kind of highlight again, I mean, as far as an outcome, kind of like what Commissioner Hamilton just pointed out, but more of that. So we have a governor now who's, you know, it's in the big conversation. And I think if we have more legislators that are starting to understand and be passionate about it due to our bringing it to their attention, that would be a big success. And that would trickle down to the parents, even though I feel like the parents are the most important thing, but really having it just a huge statewide and eventually nationwide conversation, that it isn't just a few people, because usually it takes somebody to have personal experience with it for it to matter to them. But if we could bring it in a large way, like we're feeling it right now, to other legislators, I think that would be huge.
Thank you. Commissioner Notch.
Thank you. I'm taking all of this in, and I really appreciated the reframe from Director Schaefer about what we're charged with and what our scope is, and it's a very high level scope. I'm also trying to reconcile that with putting myself in the shoes of families who are sitting at an IEP meeting, and the participants in the members of that team might not get all of this that we're talking about at this high level filtered down to the school. So it's certainly outside of our purview to think about kind of individual treatment planning, or how can we work with things on a school by school, IEP table by IEP table basis. But I'm wondering if there is an opportunity, as we're looking at all of these different artifacts and the outcomes and the impacts, to capture a way of disseminating information that might filter down to that level to help inform discussions at the actual IEP tables. Because I've found in my own experience as a parent, time and time again, there's a lot of great work being done at a high level, and when it doesn't get down to that LEA representative level, I've heard multiple times, well, we don't do that here. We don't have that here. And so I'm just thinking if there's a way as part of our influence that we could think about information sharing and resource sharing. I don't know if that might be getting too nitty gritty, but just putting it out there for consideration.
I don't think it's too nitty gritty at all, simply because we're looking broadly, right? We're going this zoom out approach with the impact and the outcomes. Once we get to the activities and the evidence, that's when we would talk about, okay, what are we going to do to make sure that this information does trickle down? Because if it just lives here, if it just lives within this subcommittee or this this commission, then that's not going to impact, right, the families and the students, and it's not going to change placement, and it's not going to change best practice. So one of the activities could be a discussion around what do we do to disseminate this information to ensure that folks are coming to these meetings, that they're seeing the presentations, that they're reading the annual report, or getting other information that is created out of this advisory board related to mental health. So that leads us back to those activities to ensure that it does get down to the student level.
The other critical piece to what we're getting at with the logic model is that if we determine that our impact is also influencing parent and family awareness and engagement, we also have to look at our resources. And if our resources are family support organizations in California, we know what our resources are, and then we know how to draw that through line to ensure that we are impacting those that need to be made aware and be more engaged at the table.
I did see a hand. Commissioner Tostin?
Yes, I was going to make a statement, but I believe it may be best later when we're talking about activities. I was connecting a comment from you, Chair Hayes-White, earlier about the connection with our role as liaisons. And I was wondering if an outcome might be our direct outreach to the entities that we're liaisoning with, whether it be passing on information or soliciting information around this topic.
Thank you.
So making that quantifiable, to Commissioner Tostin's point, would we say a certain percentage? So for example, all commissioners will reach out to their appointed liaisons with 100%? Is it, 80% of liaisons will be, reached by June or by a certain period of time? So what does that look like to quantify it, so we know if we were successful in that outreach? And I don't know in which way you already have those communication feedback loops with your liaisons, but is it at particular meetings? So this information will be shared on each agenda, or links to the next 4 sessions will be shared across all liaisons. So I don't know how many are assigned to each commissioner, but some type of quantifiable. Is there a way to quantify that so we can measure whether we hit that mark?
I think since this is a clear priority for us, 100% in terms of information sharing, and so those of us who are liaisons, passing on information from this conversation, even alerting those bodies that this is an area of priority for us this year, would be one instance of an outcome. And then I guess throughout the year, as new information becomes available, we would continue to share that information.
Commissioners, weigh in on Commissioner Tostin's point. I agree.
I agree. I would just like to add one point. Yesterday, we had went over the role of the liaison, and I don't know if we need to add something if we're going to now be sharing something back. I pulled it up real quick to glance at it, but I don't know if that's something we want to go back and need or not.
Good point, Commissioner Sorter. What does everybody think? Because what the goals or the roles is a proposal, and so it's up for discussion and weigh-in. Commissioner Adler, can you write that point down, and then we can come back to that after this conversation? Well, later on during another meeting.
Sure.
To add that role into the liaison responsibilities. Okay, I turned the mic back to y'all.
Did I capture the commissioner direct outreach to liaisons at 100%? Is that
okay? Yes.
Is that reflective? Okay.
Commissioners weigh in 100%, yay or nay?
Yes.
Yay.
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 All right.
Anything quantifiable in terms of participant views, would that be impactful if we had that as a measurable outcome to determine impact?
Repeat that, Dr. Brooks, please.
So those two sections that say outcomes, participants viewing the commission, I think those are these meetings, would then have access, and then participants viewing would have knowledge of the processes. So I'm trying to go back to what our focus was here. I think we were talking about increase the number of people who are accessing these meetings where we're having these discussions around mental health, because if we're going the direction of presentations, we want them to join the meeting so that they can view the presentation synchronously and or have access to the asynchronous version to then increase that awareness. So do we need to increase our participant viewing of these meetings? Do we need to increase our readership of the ACSE report?
Both.
We certainly do. Commissioner Graff, I think we talked about that yesterday, and we need to increase viewings. And I think Director Calamise was sharing with us that we can get that data from IT and see what the numbers are for viewings, whether it's synchronously or asynchronously. Director Calamise, is that correct?
Yes, I do have that data available, actually, to share.
And I think for these two outcomes, it is about the number of views and increasing those views both synchronously and asynchronously. It's also specific to the data that we had talked about in this first outcome. The second outcome is knowledge of the processes. So there's the increase of the number of viewers, and of those that view synchronously or asynchronously, they now have access to the data, and they also have knowledge of the processes. So it's twofold.
And for the purposes of this meeting, as we look to see what our baseline data is, we could simply leave it at increase. And then as you revisit this, perhaps in the next meeting or later on as this work continues, you can quantify that even more. So let's say you have a certain percentage of folks or a certain number of folks viewing, and you want to increase it by a certain percentage, you can quantify it in that way. You also don't let that limit you. You can just say increase, because then you will just look, did we have a jump in our viewership? So one would be these meetings, right, where presentations and information is shared around mental health and advice. And the other is the review of the ACSE annual report that would have the summative components in June. Any other viewing, access, participation? I see a hand up.
I saw Commissioner Hamilton.
And I believe Commissioner Graff.
Who's first?
I'll talk. I just was having kind of a fleeting thought going back to the role of the liaisons and the opportunity to share the information coming out of ACSE, and, looking at maybe we're not always going to get all of those viewers or potential audience members to come to our meetings, but consciously thinking about the key information that we cover in our meetings and extrapolating that for kind of the important stuff to share through our liaisons, so that it becomes a two-way, receiving information that's important to us, but also sharing the information that we want to get out, because it certainly is a very good part of, the audience that we want to reach, particularly in reaching the families and the parents and the, diving down into that tough to reach audience.
All right, Commissioner Adler, can you please jot that down so when we have our conversation about roles and responsibilities for liaisons?
Yes, because on the bottom it says you are precluded from speaking on behalf of the commission. So if we're going to share out, we want to make sure I don't want to be doing something I shouldn't be doing.
We can talk about that and what that looks like. That just means that you're not taking a stance, you're just sharing information current information that we've talked about. But we can have that conversation later. Okay, Commissioner Graff.
Yeah, I was just curious back to the, the viewing and, the participants, if there's any way, because I don't know if people identify which organization they're, associated with. As I mentioned, I think there are very few university colleagues, unfortunately, who have been viewing, but if we could get any data as to the affiliation or how, if it's families, LEAs, SELPAs, who are the individuals who are viewing, but that may be too tricky to do. I don't know, but just a thought.
It's a good question. We just have sheer numbers. We don't have the ability to sort of determine then the affiliation, but wish we could, but we do have a number count.
All right, I see. Let's have Commissioner Reese weigh in.
Yes, what are we allowed to do as commissioners as far as promoting the viewing of our meeting? Like, if I have 700 special needs families that I'm friends with on Facebook, am I allowed to say, hey, watch this or go to this link or something like that? I mean, I really don't know. And I would like to know that, because it feels a little uncomfortable sometimes. Like, I don't know what I can share and what I can't. And I got what you just said about, as long as I'm not taking a stand and saying, well, the commission says this, but really, as far as just getting, generating excitement around the meeting, which is kind of a little rough to do with parents, and special needs parents who have their hands full, but it has to happen. So what can we do as commissioners to promote the viewing of this meeting?
I think we can say, hey, watch our meetings. Why not? I want everybody else to weigh in.
I agree. I think that it's totally appropriate for us to say, we've got a meeting coming up and here's the website and it has the agenda and the link for the webcast.
I agree. Anybody else?
Yeah, in total agreement in terms of there's nothing that prohibits us from promoting the commission and creating awareness around this body of work. I think the limitation is if I say, to a state agency, the commission is looking into mental health or has made mental health awareness a priority this year, and we believe X, Y, and Z should happen before the commission has made that statement as a body.
Right. That's right. That's right. Commissioner Notch?
Commissioner Toston was one step ahead of me. I was going to make that distinction as well. Another, when I've had questions about where the line is with information sharing, a strategy that I've used is sharing the information that has gone out on official channels. So if it's something that is posted by CDE, then I'll share that post. And that just helps keep it at the same level where it was originally shared.
Thank you. All right, Director Schaefer.
just adding in activities as we're having a discussion, just specific to the presentations, inquire as to the ACSE meeting viewership names and roles to see if we can gather that information, more specifically to identify who is tuning in, which would also guide how we need to make contact or connection to those that aren't viewing in. Develop a proactive communication plan to promote ACSE meetings. What is the process for not only the commissioners, but technical assistance providers that are funded by the California Department of Education to also promote the ACSE the meetings, to get at what Commissioner Graff had talked about, to connect with institutes of higher education, for example, or family support organizations. And then a follow-up plan after the meetings. Who is not being connected with, and how can we create a proactive plan to ensure that those that can't attend the meeting live are also provided the links and the access to the materials and the information following the meeting. So I hope that captures a little bit of what we've discussed.
Commissioners, is that a yay or a nay? I can't hear y'all.
That's a yay.
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 I agree.
Any other outcomes that you want to address that you think is within the purview of this group that then would lead to the impact? So one thing, we're talking about increasing access and viewership, but what about if we know we've had an impact on increasing best practice and increasing LRE placement? We could measure those indicators, right? Pre and post to these presentations. So we could look at, again, a specific percentage increase or just a change in those indicators. That is a deep dive. So that's going to go back to the question of, is it reasonable that this subcommittee's work would address these outcomes? So I'm just putting that out there for the group. Is it that we're looking at family or student feelings about access to mental health? Do parents feel more informed? Is there really an awareness? How do we measure that there's a greater awareness? Should we look at a pre and a post survey? So I'm just kind of bubbling to the surface some things that we may want to measure that then would have activities and artifacts associated with that. And then we would talk about if we have the resources to actually do that. But again, how are we measuring that impact in terms of if we really are trying to broaden awareness? How do we measure that we hit that?
Commissioners, weigh in, please.
What happened?
I think that's really tough because if you're talking about best practices and placements, that is going to be months, years in the making, right? Very longitudinal. It's not something that's all of a sudden next year. It's not something that rolls out that way. But I do think you could, especially if we're looking at working with the SELPAs or other groups, doing some type of whether pre and post, whether you were influenced, whether the resource sharing has helped, influenced, that type of thing. I think you could probably do, but I think some of the impact you won't know for quite some time. And then when we're talking about also the placement of students, there are so many other factors that are going to influence that.
Yeah, and that's what I'm looking at, maybe a survey, a pre and a post, of if folks are seeing that on the ground in terms of increased awareness, increased practices around placement and things of that nature. So very, very good points.
Commissioner Snipes.
I think potentially when we're looking at who we're wanting to come and present to us and taking a look at the models that exist, it may be something where we could identify some specific strategies, some specific methods that are being used, and then we can tie in a survey that asks viewers, after viewing this presentation, my knowledge or my ability to serve students has increased, and that might help. And then we could potentially measure if there is some sort of model that has specific strategies tied to it. That could be something that we can also ask as far as whether more people are using those strategies after we were able to have someone present to us.
Are you thinking, Commissioner Snipes, that that would be whoever's presenting would create that survey, that pre and post survey for their own session, maybe the same questions for each presenter? That way the work of this group doesn't have to be consumed by creating a survey, but really you could ask.
That's what I was about to go into. Like, who's going to create the survey? Right. Who's going to monitor the data? Who's going to tally up the results? Yeah. Who's going to do the reporting? I'm like, whoa, how are we going to do this survey?
My recommendation, I know we're jumping ahead, but would be that your presenters use a uniform pre and post survey, that then they share the results with you following their presentations. And that could be something that the commission reviews as well as included in the ACSE annual report.
So then I'm going to have to ask our co-chairs of the committee, are they willing to, are they going to have to design this survey in collaboration with our suggested presenters? I'm just trying to figure out how we're going to get the design of this survey and how is it going to come about and who's going to make these questions.
I'm going to go back to Vicki and her doctorate student, somebody at one of the colleges, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I can certainly, actually, I have a board meeting with the California Association of Professors of Special Education a week from Friday, and I can put this on the agenda for that group, and we can see if we can get some support that way.
I'm going to have to go back and say, co-chairs, what do you guys think? I want y'all to weigh in. Stacey Adler and Elizabeth Estes.
I think I'm confused. So this idea for this survey, it's going to the people that are viewing the ACSE meeting. I'm just sorry.
Dr. Brooks, please.
Yes, if you are looking at increasing awareness as a result of viewership of the presentations that you plan over the course of the next 4 meetings, you would want to do a very brief pre and post, what their knowledge level is. Maybe they could rate on a Likert scale, or it could be, I have some knowledge, I have a lot of knowledge, I'm directly involved. You could do it a number of ways. And then immediately following the presentation, you ask those same individuals to take that survey. You can include that as part of your presentation. You'll probably get a better response rate if you give folks time to complete that during the presentation versus sending it to them out on a distribution list after. So for example, maybe you have 3 to 5 questions that the presenter asks in the beginning to calibrate, and then they ask similar questions at the very end and give folks time. And then that information serves as your increased awareness, knowledge, access to resources, information.
And that would be specific to the presentation that is focused on mental health as a result of this conversation.
So I would think then that it would be CDE's role to be distributing or disseminating these surveys and then collecting them back. Even more than creating them, it's that kind of work that would be a huge lift, and that would be something I would defer to Director Calamise.
All right, so commissioners, it is 12:20. So let us stop this item and go into the next item, okay? And we'll continue our conversation. So, Director Calamise, can you please put up the public comment slide to see if anybody wants to weigh in on the conversation that we're having about our logic model for mental health subcommittee?
We have no public comment.
I didn't hear you.
We have no public comment.
All right, thank you. All right, so let us now move into item number 8, and we are going to continue our developing logic models conversation. So I would like to hand the mic over to Commissioner Adler because I interrupted her.
No, I just was saying that the idea for the survey, the dissemination, the collection, and all of that would kind of be CDE, would be incumbent upon CDE, and that I would turn that question to Director Calamise.
All right, Director Calamise.
Yes, I'm happy to weigh in on that. That sort of role or a request of CD is generally outside our role and responsibility in terms of ACSE, and happy to dialogue further on that, but we would need to discuss.
All right, I see a hand, Commissioner Estes.
I was just going to say I'm happy to work with Commissioner Graff on some sort of survey or the potential development of some sort of survey. And I think, as I understand it, the survey is about participants or people who are watching the commission meetings, their level of understanding of mental health for students with disabilities, and either before and after the meetings. Is that, I just want to make sure I understand what we're talking about concretely. Is that right?
Dr. Brooks?
Yes. So if you are looking at sort of, there's a couple different ways to survey, as you all know. You can ask in terms of their level of awareness, their access to resources, and then you can ask at the end of a particular series of if you have, 4 mental health series, and then has your awareness increased? Has your understanding of access to resources increased? Have you seen any change in practice? Even though that, to Commissioner Sorter's point, that's a little early to have change in practice by then, but you could ask a series of questions at the beginning of it and then at the end of all the viewers. You could also send something more broadly out through your liaisons. I don't know, again, the scope of what's allowed, outside of these meetings, but you could capture a much larger audience with them as well. So you could kind of also include a question: did you view the presentations? Yes, no. Or is their awareness increasing simply because the commissioners are reaching out to each liaison? So you could form that survey in a couple different ways, but the point being, you want to match it to what do you expect your outcomes and impact to be. So if the goal is to increase awareness, then you're going to want to ask those specific questions if their awareness did increase over time as a result of viewership.
Yeah, I was just tracking back to the goal that you have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if it's increased awareness across stakeholders, you're going to survey those stakeholders in some way. If it's just increased awareness across those viewing the ACSE presentations, then you would ask it specifically to those groups of viewership. And I think it probably goes back to resources and capacity, right? We want as much feedback and information around increasing awareness, access to resources, remaining in regular ed settings as possible. So it's just what is the capacity within this group. So right now we're kind of aiming high, right, with the goals and outcomes and impact. And once we drill it back to, well, do we have the resources? Is that within our scope? Then we can sort of pare it down.
And I would say the design of a survey would have to be an activity within meeting for an hour during our subcommittee meeting time. And that would have to be something that the co-chairs would be willing to do as an activity within that meeting time, and then bring that survey back to the commission as a whole for us to weigh in. Commissioners?
I think you're right. And I also think that because we're able to tie the questions to outcomes, that it shouldn't take, it shouldn't take an hour-long session. It should be something where we can draft those questions fairly quickly because we already have the outcomes listed.
And we are going to keep that survey like very basic, right? It's just about generating participation. And also I know we mentioned early on the idea of, like, say we come up with the survey or the co-chairs, and then we all decide 4 questions, 5 questions, whatever it is. But I still like the idea of the presenters having some sort of them doing it as well, because they can promote it with the people that they engage and get them to watch the meeting as well. I think that's what our goal is to get as much participation and viewership as possible. So the more people that we have involved to generate that would be best.
And because it's a public meeting, I'm wondering if there's a possibility of doing it in like a QR code style where viewers are able to see a QR code and actually answer the survey questions in real time.
That's another resource question if we have that available. All right, can we move forward unless there's some more weigh-in?
I think it could be generated within the confines of a subcommittee meeting. I agree. And being able to get public input, I think, is equally important.
Co-Chair Adler, your weigh-in?
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Estes.
All right, can we move forward? Director Schaefer.
Are we continuing the conversation with the logic model, or have we moved into a new agenda item?
Yes, we're continuing with the logic model. We have until 1:05, and I'm glad you said that, because it looks like we might have to continue on with October, provided that you guys are willing to come back.
We are all in.
Commissioners, what do y'all think? I think we're having a healthy work group, and we are really diving into some real good work. What do you guys think?
100% agree with you.
Agree.
Okay, who else? I can't see all y'all.
Agreed.
All right, so let us continue on to 105 to our item 8, with up to 105 in our item 8. And it looks like we might have to continue this conversation and ask you guys to come back in October. All right, so let's move forward.
All right, so I think we landed on if there were any other measurable outcomes, and not to say that we need to fill in all these lines, but just if there's anything else, and again, being mindful of our capacity. But so far, we are measuring the number of participants viewing synchronously and asynchronously the commission meetings, increase the number of our participants accessing the EDGE newsletter and the ACSE annual report, and then direct outreach to liaisons at 100%, and the pre and post survey of increased knowledge, awareness, and access. I think those are my suggestions. Those are pretty good measurable outcomes to get to that impact for this work through June. But want to open that up to you all.
Commissioners, weigh in.
I agree.
So if that's the case, then we move to artifacts and evidence. We can do this in a couple different ways. In some instances, you start with activities and then, okay, what is the evidence or the artifacts of those activities? But we could do it in this fashion. You could do, again, a couple different ways. So what are the artifacts or evidence we need to know that we have, or what will be tied to the number of participants viewing? And so that evidence would be hits on the website for the readership, And we can gather that data very easily by just reporting out from the website hits. So that would be one. Sorry, Kevin, it would be separate from this because those are artifacts, but it would be a separate line.
Oh.
So so hits. And then similarly, I believe Director Kelmes mentioned that CDE does have access to viewership. So see the viewership synchronously and asynchronously of the ACSE meetings.
I'll have to reorganize so that
yeah.
they're created through line across each one of these.
And definitely, as you know, we want them to connect once the actual format comes, but I think it's okay if we're distracting right now. Do you think, Kevin? Because they can pick what format they want to present it in, and then it can be put together more presentably.
Chair Hayes-White, are we able to reorganize so that this makes more sense in how it's connected across each of the columns after this meeting, or does that need to be done in our next meeting?
If the content is the same, but maybe language, grammatical, and alignment, yeah.
Commissioners weigh in.
I would say as long as the content doesn't change, it can be drafted and then presented, but it doesn't necessarily have to be worked on completely during our meeting.
I agree.
I agree. And as long as there's not a subcommittee of commissioners meeting on the side to update the language, we're not violating any of our norms or any of the rules. But also until we officially act on this, it remains a draft.
And what we could do in the meantime, just for the sake of time, is Kevin and I could work with this information, not modifying the language or the intent of the document, but we could put it in a couple of different formats and have you all decide which you prefer. Again, it's just aesthetics. Sure. So those are some evidence and artifacts for the outcomes related to the first two. What would be our evidence that commissioners had the outreach to liaisons? How would we know that? Do you all keep logs? Are there meetings? How is that information shared?
So there's a portion of every meeting where we have commissioners share out on commissioner activities. So that's the place I think most directly we could report out.
So it's an agenda item?
Mm-hmm.
Great.
It's an agenda item, liaison item, yes.
Great. And then the pre and post surveys, obviously the artifacts or the evidence would be the actual surveys.
Say that one more time.
So so that one, yep, that you're working on the commissioners report out. So it's actually a standing agenda item. So the agenda would be our artifact. That's the tangible piece of evidence that then the commissioners speak to. And the one related to the surveys, the actual evidence is the survey itself. So pre and post surveys, literally. Or pre and post surveys and results. All right. So we're going to bring you back to those questions. So take a moment just to look over only artifacts, evidence, outcomes, and impact for just a minute. Oh, sorry, Kevin. Just back one more time.
Sorry.
It's okay. And so just take a pause to review what we have, and then we'll pose those questions again and get some calibration and consensus about where we are.
What are we reviewing again? Outcomes, artifacts?
Yep. So impact, outcomes, artifacts, and evidence. Ignore resources and activities right now. Just the three.
Impact is cut off.
Oh.
All right, there it is.
Kevin, I think if you just click out of that box, the pre and post surveys will jump over to artifacts. There you go.
I have a clarifying question for artifacts for the first sale for artifacts and evidence. ACSE annual report and contents or contains?
Oh, not even contains. We could take that out because the evidence is the actual report itself.
Thank you.
Those are the things Kevin and I'll clean up later.
My next question would be the next sale under artifacts and evidence. The special ed newsletter 2 times a year. Do we have publication 2 times before June?
Yes.
All right. And Mary, can you tell me when, what months, because that would kind of help us with our activities. What months are the special ed newsletter public?
In an ideal world, Chair Hayes-White, the newsletter will come out in November and in April.
Vice Chair Allen, can you write that down?
Yes.
And Mary, just a logistical question. The special ed newsletter that is scheduled to come out this November, is there still time to tweak the articles to make sure that we're including a mental health component so that we have that 2 times a year?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Mary works magic. Everyone doesn't know.
No, it's just good timing.
Any other questions about what you're seeing before we pose those calibrating questions?
I'm still going through them.
I have more of a comment. I'm not sure how to phrase my question. So we've talked a lot about student voice and parents, and I'm not sure where that would fit in for artifacts and evidence.
I was thinking the surveys, and if they have public comment at the meetings.
And for liaison contact.
And this voice piece is going to segue nicely into item 9. Okay. Okay, guys, weigh in on what we're seeing, what is being presented to us thus far. Is it a yay or nay?
And we do have those calibrating questions we can ask that will help if you want to revisit those after everybody's had a chance to review.
Well, as far as what is being physically in there, I want a yay or nay from folks.
Looks good to me.
Yay.
Yay.
Also,
Yay.
yes.
That's fine.
Yay. All right. So
All right.
let's pose our questions. Are you okay moving forward with that?
Let's move forward.
All right. So number 1, we're looking for yays, nays, or some recommendations for adjustments. Did we consider a variety of audiences when looking at the artifacts, evidence, outcomes, and impacts? And I believe Commissioner Sorter just spoke to that.
Yes.
Yays, nays, guys.
Yay.
Yes.
Did.
Yay. Okay. Are the artifacts and evidence quantified? So one of the things we didn't put in there is the number of meetings that this commission will have between now and June. So we can add that as evidence. We put a standing agenda, but we didn't quantify that there would be 4 meetings. Is that accurate, that it will be 4 from now until June?
Yes.
So we got, what's this? October, February.
October, February, April, June.
April. But June is our culminating presentation. So are we going to say 3 or are we including June?
We could quantify that 3 presentations, 4 meetings. And again, we can format that
differently. Commissioners, yay or nay?
Yay.
Yay.
All right. Yay. Are there SMART goals, measurable, meaningful, memorable outcomes? So we talked about increase, and I think that just for the good of the order here, I think that that's still a good term to use simply because we don't have that baseline data in terms of viewership and participation yet. But we do have 100% outlined very nicely there in terms of outreach.
We have increase for the pre-post survey.
I believe there's a hand up.
I see a hand.
Hi, yeah. I was just looking at increasing LRE placements as the impact and trying to track to how we're measuring that or achieving that.
I think that speaks to Commissioner Sorter's question or comment about impact will take a while, but that's our ultimate pie in the sky goal, that students are not going to be in those out-of-home placements or NPSs as a result of increased awareness and resources to address mental health, if that's the reason that they're in those placements. So from what Mary had mentioned, the data that this subcommittee is able to review are those indicators 5 and 6 because it's presented to OSEP. And so we could very easily look at that data across time in terms of LRE. So although the impact may be longer term than June, we do have access to that data to see if we're seeing a shift in LRE in 5 and 6. And decrease, within those same indicators are how many students are out of, home hospital and out of gen ed.
I was trying to track the impact to outcomes. Maybe I'm in this.
Yeah. So our outcomes would be what can we measure as a result of our work, and the impact is as a result of our work and hitting these targets. What do we anticipate the impact on the larger system or practices in the pre-K 12 system would be? And so we're hopeful that if we increase the number of participants viewing, accessing the information, the outreach, the surveys, that ultimately we're going to see these shifts in LRE in a positive way. And I should say those indicators we want to go up, and those that we want to go down. But that would be over time, would be that impact. Because this work, as we mentioned, we really do want it to get down to the student level, the family level, the community level, and not just live here in the commission meetings. I'm seeing a head nod, so I hope that made sense.
Estes, weigh in.
Sorry, I just said thanks for the explanation. Sorry, I was.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Tostin, you have something to say too?
No, I was just in agreement.
All right.
So Kevin, can we go back to those posing questions and see how we're doing here? So we're on outcomes are within the scope of control or sphere of reasonable influence. Yes, no, or need some adjustments.
I can't hear y'all.
Yes.
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 Great. Is it fair or reasonable to hold this subcommittee accountable for those outcomes?
Yeah, I think it's fair to hold them accountable for the leadership, but given the body of work and just our responsibilities as commissioners, I'm not sure holding the subcommittee accountable sits right with me. And maybe it's a language challenge or semantics for me, but I just wanted to highlight that I think it's all of our responsibility.
I agree. I mean, they are leading it, but we're all accountable for it.
I agree.
Agree.
Are we good?
So are we changing the language here, or what are we doing about this?
I would support a language change that holds us all accountable for the outcome.
Where do you suggest that, Commissioner Tostin? Where should we put that to make it more clear?
I'm not sure because we didn't list that the subcommittee would be accountable. So is that more general understanding?
Could we make it clear in the title of that column? Would it?
or it could be just as we label this document, there could be a notation about shared responsibility, accountability. You know, that you could always have a tagline. You know, this has a you know, as a working document. It's a, you know, with input from XYZ.
Yeah. Well, and as we were talking about the logic model earlier, we're starting with mental health, but my understanding is that this would be a framework and approach that we would use for other bodies of work,
yep,
which we would all share responsibility for as well.
Yep.
And perhaps when you get to the point of adopting this as your logic model, that maybe that would be in your minutes that would clarify, just a suggestion. I don't know if that's how this body works. I apologize if I overstep, but you could outline it's a joint commission effort.
I'm just going to add it here so we
don't forget.
Thank you both.
All right, so back for the last couple questions I think we have around this. Are they achievable within the time frame? Do we have the time to do the 3 presentations, the 4 meetings, a survey, and look at some data for participation?
I want co-chairs to weigh in on that.
I'm sorry, Kristen, can I ask you to repeat the question?
Sure. So the question being, are the outcomes achievable within our time frame? So will we be able to schedule those 3 presentations, 4 meetings, pre and post survey, look at participation data and access data on the report?
With the exception of the survey, it all seems reasonably achievable. Understanding there's still some logistics to work out on the back end.
I'd agree with David for sure. The presentations, yeah, we can get those scheduled, no worries. The pre and post surveys, that's kind of an unknown right now. So,
Commissioner Estes, weigh in, please.
I was just thinking, certainly we can do the presentations and work on a survey. If I read this correctly, the outcome is an actual increase in participation, not doing the presentations or whatnot. So the efforts to increase participation are absolutely doable. The actual increase is distinct.
So thinking, do we feel like it's achievable that our participation in our meeting at large would increase across time with these ACSE meetings? So, for example, we haven't had any public comment. Maybe over the next couple of meetings, we'd have more public comment. That would be an increase in that participation. As we look at viewership of who's logging in, would we anticipate seeing an increase as a result of commissioners reaching out to liaisons as a result of our shared messaging around the meetings? If that makes sense.
Yeah.
It does make sense. I'm just making a distinction between our efforts and in the time frame we're looking at, and the outcome that we're held accountable to is the actual increase, not the efforts to increase participation, which I'm fine with. But so the presentations are doable. I think the survey, probably by the end of the year, would be doable. I was just making that distinction.
Yeah,
I just want the co-chairs to be aware if they are in agreement with designing a pre and post survey in October during our next mental health subcommittee.
I think we said earlier that there is some, like someone just said, some back end conversation to be had here, but also that any development of a survey would be completed at a meeting.
Yep.
Public comment. So I think that's what we decided. At least that's what I heard. Right?
That's what I'm hearing. What do you guys think? How you guys interpret that?
Yeah, I interpret it the same way, and I'd just like to reemphasize something Dr. Brooks said earlier around this. We're talking about a simple survey in terms of did this increase your knowledge, and or have I learned, from this conversation? And so if we are able to figure that out logistically, great. If not, it may be simple. We may have to take other approaches, like asking folks making public comment if they would, highlight if their knowledge increased, and it may need to be a little bit more fluid and straw poll for us if we want that data.
I would just add that a couple of components of logic models that Kevin and I didn't get into for the purposes of time and keeping this simple for the work to move forward. You can add things like external factors and assumptions, and so the assumption is that that we will have folks joining these meetings at all, right? Or some external factors we can't control in the event that a meeting has to be canceled. So you have to, this is just an aim, but there are things out of our locus of control that may happen upon us, right? In the event that the October meeting needs to be canceled, obviously the survey wouldn't be done. Maybe that would delay things a little bit. If Zoom drops out, we have no control over that, and then the meeting can't be held. So you have to consider that those factors may influence this, but we don't want it to be a barrier to the work going forward. So we didn't add that, but some logic models, you will see those different terms and areas outlined in a logic model. Just wanted to put that out there.
So then, Dr. Brooks, can you pose the initial question about what we're talking about right now?
So this one was, is it achievable within the time frame?
Weigh in, guys, yay or nay?
Yes.
Yes.
And so if so, our impact that we talked about, can we confirm that it's not beyond our scope of our subcommittee to achieve?
Agreed.
Weigh in.
Agreed. All right, so that brings us to the next section. We have gone over impact, outcomes, evidence, and artifacts, and now we're looking at resources and activities. Do we have the resources to support and the activities planned? So as we go back, some of the resources, we have the report, we have the EDGE, so we already have access to those items. So those not only are artifacts, but those are resources that we can inform. We have the meetings, mentioned a range of stakeholders. So I'm thinking for the sake of time, we can just put stakeholders and those same folks that are listed in impact. We can outline that more specifically as we work through that.
Specific to presenters? Kristen?
Yes. How about presenters? Are those within your liaisons that you anticipate would be your presenters? Or who do you see reaching out to for presentations?
Estes, weigh in.
I certainly think some of the liaison would be presenters, certainly. We've already had like some related I had asked that Mental Health Commission present on their Mental Health Student Services Act work. So that already happened as part of the Mental Health Committee's work.
Topalian, weigh in.
I agree. I mean, I think that would be something that liaisons can do, and just, if it's relevant, and we could be the liaison to ask them to join us.
Other resources would be CDE.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the subcommittee work time. What format will you provide the survey? Would that be in a Google form, SurveyMonkey? What tech would you utilize to compile that?
I think that's to be determined.
Ooh.
But we do know that we have free SurveyMonkey, we have free Google Forms, so at least that's at no cost. And so then you can decide that in October if you'd like. But at least those are resources, because what you're looking at is, okay, as we look to the outcomes, the impact, do we have those supports? So far, none of this requires any funding. The time is already there in terms of the meetings, the information sharing, the EDGE newsletter, the ACSE report is already built in. Any other resources that we need or have at our disposal for this work?
I would add the lead agencies and the statewide system of support, or just the statewide system of support broadly.
Yes. And listservs, associated listservs.
Could we get some data from the dashboard that would be meaningful for this work? That's a open question.
I'm not sure the dashboard is the best source. I think our APR data and the indicators that the department is tracking might be more insightful to us.
Thank you.
So activities, we know that we have meetings and we have communication. So the communication plan would be through those liaisons and other efforts. The activities of the data review, of course. Identify and schedule the presenters. Other activities that the commission will engage in for this work.
I'm going to add Mary Grady into the resources.
Yes. Sorry,
yes.
Mary, I just lumped you into the special edge, Mary. Sorry. Didn't mean to make you all one. I know you are separate from your work.
Just curious, do we ever use social media to advertise the meetings? What I know SIP is very effective with Twitter. I don't know, is there any restriction on the advisory commission or through CDE being able to advertise these meetings and promote this work?
That's the director's question. How are our meetings publicized? Or are they?
Yes, the meeting announcements for all the ACSE meetings go out on our relevant listservs and is also publicly available on our website.
So but they only go out who are subscribed, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
I wonder if we need to be more proactive in terms of, I mean, SIP, I don't know, what is your response rate when you are using Twitter and so forth? Can you see any connection?
Yeah, we have a huge uptick. We track the day that we promote any of our or other resources or workshops. We see a huge uptick on registration. And I think that's another piece to this is when social media goes out from CDE or technical assistance providers, projects, monitoring in that moment, what is the effectiveness of social media? It will give us the data to move forward. We find it very effective. Like that is our main way to promote and not only get friends and people to join our social media, but also it increases our connections throughout California. Because then they share. We get a lot of shares.
As we're talking about social media and promoting the work, I would just be remiss if I didn't highlight, some of the just logistical challenges similar to the survey. Our partners at the division obviously provide support for us, but are a public agency, and so there are a number of layers to consider, and even in terms of capacity and our ability to craft a message uniformly for social media in order to be effective typically needs someone managing that and being responsive to that. And so this may be something that we want to delve into, but I suspect we're probably, maybe not this year, just given the list of activities on the list already.
What if SIP did the social media? Would that be acceptable if we just push out, because we get the information through the listserv. If we posted and said, hey, join us, mental health is a hot topic and you'll hear about it here, and we could blast it out and manage that as your partner?
I mean, that would obviously work given the partnership with SIP as our communication arm through the edge.
Great.
I see a hand, Commissioner Hamilton.
I would just add to that, in addition to SIP, encouraging our partners and through our liaison program, encouraging others who do have strong and active social media accounts and are looking for content to share resources, that would be a great way to, a great ask maybe for them as well.
Commissioner Sorter.
Going back to what Commissioner Ruiz said earlier, like sharing it on our personal Twitters, on our own social media sites, we're allowed to do that, correct? But I want to be cognitive of, again, the language and how it's shared, making sure we're doing it the correct way, but we can do that too, correct? And I know through workability, when we have our advisory meetings, right, those all come out and then you get reminders, 2 or 3 reminders, and then you're like, oh, okay. Similar to SIP, right, when you do it a day before. And then also the other thing I would want to be cognitive of is the agenda, because if there's something on the agenda that pertains particularly to something I care about, I'm more likely to make time. We are short-staffed. We're just under a lot of pressure right now of being short-staffed. So I think having the agenda or talking about what's going to be discussed will also rise viewership, because they're not getting the agenda, I think, as early as they might like to get people to come. So a little 2 cents on that.
I think just something to consider on the social media point too is that any of the commissioners that aren't connected to the Supporting Inclusive Practices social media, that when we push something out, that would be a great way to just share. You don't have to write anything. You could, put a quick little message, share it out to your friends, your constituents, and that's just a really easy way to create a communication pathway.
Commissioner Hamilton? You're muted.
I think what Commissioner Sorter pointed out is important, and I often will send, I know personally I have contacts that I know what they're interested in, and I don't send them the whole agenda, but I send them a topic that I know they would be interested in, and I think that has been a pretty effective for me, and honing in on the topics like mental health, for example, not sending the whole agenda where it gets lost, but sending like, here's this topic that's relevant to your audience.
I know we're coming up against time, but it's
in
vain. So the next meeting is in October. Is this commission able to secure a presenter to add to that agenda so we can share out who will be sharing and what information?
Oh, no, we still have to build the agenda, and that's going to be on today's item 11.
Oh, okay, great. So just thoughts around who that would be.
But we want to invite you, Dr. Brooks and Director Schaefer, to come back in October. Will you guys agree to come back?
We're in.
We are in.
Yay!
All right.
So real quick, how does this?
Will you to say yay for them to come back, please?
Yes.
Yay!
And just quick feedback, has this been a helpful process? I know it felt really heavy when we first started, but I just want to say kudos. It looks, you guys have done a lot of work. So Kevin and I are hoping that this has been helpful to frame the work ahead.
Very, very helpful.
Commissioners, weigh in, please. Raise your hand, weigh in.
So helpful. Wow.
We'll pretty it up for you.
Who else? I don't see nobody else's hand.
Great work. Thank you so much for the support. Looking forward to continuing the conversation.
Estes?
I guess we sound alike. Sorry.
Thank you.
We didn't hear you, Estes.
I've got a lag on my unmute. I said I did put my hand up.
You have the mic. Oh, you didn't.
I did.
Oh, okay. You got the mic.
Meaning, I said yes. Are you asking me to? I'm trying.
Oh, I thought you had to weigh in. Okay, you said yes. Okay, Commissioner Topalian, you had your hand up?
I was going to say yes, and I'm glad that this is something that we have been talking about since the beginning and just trying to figure out who would do the work. So now that it's all out there, I'm very happy that, you know, it's more awareness, like we're bringing more awareness to it. So thank you again, and we appreciate it. And I know it started rough, but I'm glad that we have something down on paper.
I concur, everyone. This was, even though it was, you know, a heavy lift, like they said at the beginning, it's well worth it. And the field will see that we are making progressive moves toward an outcome. And I would now like to ask Director Calamise to put up the public comment slide so we can have an opportunity for folks to comment if they want to.
We have no public comment.
All right, I would like to, let's thank Dr. Brooks and Director Schaefer, everyone. Please, let's give them a virtual clap. All right, so we are now scheduled for our lunch. All right, we're gonna break now and come back here at, let's come back at 1:35, guys. So thank you for having a lunch. We'll be back here at 1:35.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of your meeting.
Welcome back, commissioners. We are now going to move right into item number 9, Senate Bill SB 291, Commission on Special Education. We have with us today Rachel Buller, legislative aide from Senator Henry Stern's office, and she will be sharing with us the journey and the update regarding the progress of Senate Bill 291. Ms. Buller, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Of course, and thank you for having me.
All right, I turn the mic over to you.
Wonderful. Thanks again to the board for having me, and Senator Stern's team has been grateful for the ACSE's input during this whole process. Firstly, diversity is woven into every facet of this state, and over our history, we have only become increasingly aware of the dire importance of diverse representation. Everyone deserves to have their voice heard, and that's exactly what SB 291 attempts to do. While the current members of the ACE consist of very important stakeholders, we don't believe that that is enough. The most impacted stakeholders deserve a more direct role in this body's decision-making process, so this bill would do exactly that. It would require 2 additional members be added to the ACSE, moving total membership from 17 to 19 members, and these 2 additional members would be students with exceptional needs from this state, from diverse backgrounds, age 16 to 22, with a 1-year term and a possibility to extend into a 2nd-year term. These members would be nominated by the board themselves. So you guys who are in the positions that you're here for a reason with your expertise in this area. We thought it would be best, along with the Board of Education, to have these members be chosen by experts, being yourselves. And this most importantly offers not just 1 but 2 votes to students in these very impactful decisions. This bill is currently awaiting a vote in the Assembly. It did pass the Senate, and then it will come back to the Senate after that vote, which we anticipate it will pass the Assembly. It'll come back to the Senate for a confirmation vote and head to the governor's desk, where we don't anticipate having any hiccups due to our close relationship with both the ACSE and the Board of Education during this whole process. So we appreciate your support in this initiative and welcome any questions you may have.
So commissioners, please weigh in. Let's see. Can you please give us, I have a question. Can you please tell us the journey the bill had and where it's come from all the way up to this point? I know you gave us a small snippet of where it is now, but can you tell us its journey and what it has gone through?
Yeah, absolutely. Originally, the bill was drafted to be another advisory commission that would have a board of exclusively pupils that had special needs that would be kind of in an advisory role to the ACSE, and also have one representative that voted on the board through the committee process. And as things have changed, that moved from being an advisory commission independent of the body to then just one voting member. And then as we came to the assembly, we were communicating with the Board of Education where they thought that to keep the board's numbers from being even and having voting decisions be impacted, to have 2 voting members be added. So that's kind of the process and the amends that were made over the past, 6 or 7 months now.
So this bill is going to place 2 additional voting student members to our current commission.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think I want to ask, so where is it right now? And then how long do you think the projection would be for the actual members to be sitting with us?
So the bill would be currently in the assembly looking for a vote. That should happen within the next week. And then it'll come back to the Senate for a vote, which has to happen by the 31st of August at midnight. So we'll know whether or not the bill has passed the legislature by the end of this month. And then it gets sent to the governor to be signed. He has 30 days to sign it. So within that time, we'll know whether or not the bill was signed into law. And then post that, I believe it would be at your next voting cycle. These members would be nominated after that next voting cycle was completed by the members that are still in their positions.
And where, I see some hands, where within that process could we as a commission offer support?
I believe that your guys' support is going to be in formulating the application process for these students, making sure that we're getting the most diverse and effective students out of our state who have the most, can provide the most impact to the body. So I think within kind of that application process and in partially like the marketing and advertising process, making sure every student with a special need that really has a desire to have this leadership role has the opportunity and is aware of the opportunity. I think those would be the most impactful ways you guys could help us make this an effective policy change.
Good. And as far as the vote and the governor signing the bill, would it be helpful for our body, or could we send a letter of support within that process?
That would only be a service to the bill, if that is possible in the next, I don't know that it necessarily need to happen before the vote in the legislature. We're pretty confident of the bill's passage there. I think a letter to the governor in his packet that he gets for those 30 days he has to consider the bill would be impactful, absolutely.
And that's what I want the commission to consider today. And what is the time frame now, hoping that it gets a vote and then it gets to the governor's desk? Do you know the window of time when we would have to have that letter of support?
I believe we submit our packet documents 3 days after the passage from the legislature. So if we are voted on by the 31st, it would be early September would be kind of the deadline on that.
All right, and now I'll open the floor for commissioners. Please weigh in, commissioners. Oh, I see a hand. Vice Chair Adler.
Thank you. This is really exciting. In our bylaws, it talks about student members and says that pre-selection would occur by the governor's committee and then finalists submitted to the commission for final selection. Does this bill change the process by which student members are selected, and can you describe that?
Absolutely. Yep. It would be directly from the body itself. So applications, unless you created bylaws to change that application process and delegate that to another entity, as the bill stands, the final decision rests with the ACSE, and there's no other departments involved. If you create bylaws that want to involve other entities, that's entirely your prerogative.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Vice Chair Adler, for that. Commissioner Tostin.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to voice appreciation for the senator and his team for continuing to push on this conversation and this bill. I remember when it was initially introduced, and with great excitement, and so happy that the fight is still continued. And so I wanted to voice appreciation, but just also highlight for us, if there is passage as a commission, just some of the administrative pieces we're going to have to think through in terms of process, et cetera, and timeline. Potential new subcommittee, because I think it's important that as students are applying for these roles, that we're respectful in the process as well in our decision making. And so I just wanted to highlight the need to be sensitive and thoughtful as students are being exploring their role and voice in our processes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comments on that. Much appreciated.
Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you very much. It's exciting. This bill is very exciting. And Vice Chair asked one of my questions, so that was answered. And the second one was, I see that when I look at the history a little bit of where this bill went through, I saw that it did go to the suspense file at least one time, and appropriations, which means there's money attached to it. So I was just wondering if that was a concern, and that there will be a lot of behind the scenes support that will be needed, because being on the State Council of Developmental Disabilities, a lot of our stakeholders had people with some developmental disabilities that needed a lot of work even before the meeting to prepare them, and a lot of supports go into this. And so Commissioner Tolstrom is right on with that, that we have to be patient with this, but there is a lot of supports that some of us don't even realize will have to go on behind the scenes, and a lot of pre-planning. We would have a whole meeting the day before to use plain language. That's a biggie, because we don't use a lot of plain language here. And so a lot of people that are following us, I'm sure, do get lost. So just putting that out there, and just wondering what was discussed in appropriations, or there was concerns there in terms of money.
Yeah, absolutely. So when the bill was first, let me make sure I have the history on it correct. So in March of 21, it was put on the appropriation suspense file because at the time it did create an entirely new commission, which the Board of Education would need to facilitate. That is a costly endeavor. That was part of why it was amended, to make sure that those costs were mitigated. In its most recent venture to the Appropriations Committee, it was on consent, meaning it didn't have any associated costs that they could find. Of course, there will be extra work on behalf of the commissioners, and we understand the practicalities of putting something like this together, but as of now, we don't anticipate a ton of extra administrative costs. I know that currently you guys have a student representative, that kind of a similar process would be taking place here, just for 2 students, and they would be voting members.
I saw Commissioner Estes' hand.
Hi, I was just going to say, I've been following and tracking this effort for a while. So thank Senator Stern for for keeping it up. I've said in a number of commission meetings, I think it's incredibly important that we have our youth commissioners and that we are gaining their input as we're making decisions with relation to serving students with disabilities. So, but I did come back to something that Commissioner Lopez just said in my mind, which is we have an existing seat. I don't believe that is full at this point. And so this would be 2 seats. And so just coming back to the process question, I'm just wondering, I just want to be clear. You haven't changed there is an existing process in legislation for us to fill the 1 seat that hasn't been filled. So would this is just an expansion of that to 2 seats through the same process? Or are you saying that we're developing a different process?
So as of right now, the current student representative was not in code. It was not legally done by the legislature, so far as I understand. It is instead a seat that was instituted by the ACSE's own bylaws. You guys took it upon yourselves to do what the legislature had, which is applauded. But this puts it into our legal code. It does change that process a little bit, but those bylaws can be adjusted to have more either similar processes to the ones you currently have for the student representative now or differing ones. But at the end of the day, we left it straight to this council to make the decision on the processes.
Okay, thank you. That sounds great. And yet, thanks for that clarification, Ray, bylaws versus legislation.
Yeah, of course.
So let me clear that, Ms. Buller, you left it to ACSE for the selection process of the 2 voting student commissioners. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. In the bill, it says, quote, nominated and selected by the ACSE. And
Thank you.
There's no specifics as to how that was. There was conversation about requiring, currently in the bylaws, I believe it requires them to have some sort of leadership training. We left all of that out. That is entirely up to your guys' discretion.
Thank you. That's good for us to know. Okay, other commissioners, I don't see any hands. Please weigh in. How about Commissioner Topalian?
Thank you. So again, thank you for being here. You guys are in my backyard, actually. So I appreciate that. Also, I like the fact that it would be left up to the revisions because before, like you mentioned, it was different. And I know different agencies, groups, organizations were not too thrilled about that. But given the changes, I think it's more of a supportive. And also, I think it's challenging to find someone who has those leadership skills because they don't have the opportunity. But this would be their first opportunity, and I think that's a great change to the whole bill. So appreciate it.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right. Hearing. Oh yes, Commissioner Hamilton.
Not specific to the bill, but I just wanted to say thank you for being here and sharing this information and clarifying some of the key points around it. And also please take back the message to Senator Stern and all of you working through his office that as a parent of a child with disabilities, I know what a champion he is for students with disabilities, and we really appreciate that. So keep doing the good work you're doing.
Thank you.
I'll relay it to the senator. Appreciate it.
All right, I did see Director Calamise. I'll pass the mic to you, Director.
Thank you, Chair Hayes-White. Just wanted to also share that at the current moment, the bylaws still are in effect in this process. And so bills typically don't go into effect until January 1. So just, I think, an additional piece of information for the commission to know and consider as well.
That is helpful. Oh, I do see a new hand. Commissioner Tossin, is that a new hand?
Yes. And thank you, Director Calamise, for calling out kind of that bylaw language. And so just to a follow-up question for you, Director Calamise, we would need to adjust our bylaws should this bill pass before we're able to implement.
Yep.
Yes, I don't know why I just raised my hand, but yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner Estes, is that a new hand?
It is, yes, regarding the bylaws. And then I've just been thinking about the support for doing that work and for the youth commissioners and what the administrative support will be to support them or commissioner support. So I mean, at the very least, a committee, a subcommittee makes sense to me, but they're going to need support.
All right, commissioners, I'm hearing that we need to design a subcommittee. Can we weigh in on that, commissioners?
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
Makes sense to me.
I agree.
While I'm in agreement, I question, is this a conversation that should start with leg and policy? My assumption being policy relates to our internal operations and bylaws.
So this is a conversation we're going to have in O&P. All right, so we'll have this conversation in O&P in October, but I just wanted it to be on record that we're going to have this conversation for O&P. All right. Are we in agreement to that?
Yes.
Agreed.
Yes.
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 All right, Vice Chair Adler, can you write that down?
Yes, I'm on it.
Thank you. And then we also have to have the conversation in O&P. We have to update our bylaws with the process of selecting our 2 voting student commissioners for hopefully in 2023. Along with that too, I want us to update the bylaws with our liaison role. So that is a nice segue anyway. So now I want to talk about a letter of support for ACSE leadership to write to the governor. Do we support the bill as it stands? Okay, I see a hand. Commissioner Tostin.
I would say I generally support the bill as it stands and would be comfortable making a motion that ACSE write a letter of support of SB 291. Should it pass?
Is there
the next step in the process?
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, Dr. Lopez seconds. Director Calamise, can you please facilitate a roll call vote?
We not.
We may want to have
you need to call for discussion.
Yeah.
Sorry, is there any discussion? Sorry.
David, is your hand up? Any discussion? Okay.
All right, Director Calamise, can you have facilitate a roll call vote?
Sure. I have a question, though. Since this item was not on the agenda, are we allowed to take it up at this point in the meeting for the roll call?
It's an action item 9. Director Calamise?
Okay. Just double checking. Thank you.
All right. Can you facilitate a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Vice Chair Adler?
Yes.
Commissioner Andrus? Commissioner Estes?
Yes.
Commissioner Gill? Commissioner Graff?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Chair Hayes White.
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Notch.
Aye.
Commissioner Oyakawa. Commissioner Ruiz.
Yes.
Commissioner Snipes.
Yes.
Commissioner Sorter.
Yes.
Commissioner Topalian.
Yes.
Commissioner Tustin.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, commissioners, a motion passes. Can we do a virtual clap? All right. Ms. Buller, are you still here?
Yes. Hello.
Thank you so much for coming, and please share with Senator Stern our appreciation for the work he has done and you have done behind the scenes. And I will be in contact with you so I could get that letter of support over to Stern's office.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your support and your time today.
Thank you. All right. Before I close, commissioners, any further comments? And then I'm going to have the slide. Come on. Hearing none from commissioners. Director Calamise, can you please put up the public comment slide?
We have no public comment.
All right, thank you. We are now ready to move into item 10, Special Education Director's Report. An update on activities within the Special Education Division will be provided. Director Calamise, I pass the mic to you.
Thank you, Chair Hayes White. Happy August to the Commission. A pleasure to be with you over the past couple of days. I do have a few updates for you, and obviously we'll be circling back on the conversation today to provide more information on the study that we discussed this morning. But I did want to provide, since the topic of attendance at ACSE meetings in terms of folks logging in, I do have that information and can share as recently as the June meeting, actually going back into February, but for the June meeting on June 22nd, there were 201 individuals logging in. On the 23rd, the very next day, there were 178 individuals logging in. At the April meeting, there was 187. And at the February meeting, there was 159 individuals logging in. And again, we are unable to determine, who the individual is, but we do have that number, and I did want to pass it along to you as well. The other item that I wanted to weigh in on is that in terms of data, in the discussion in terms of the logic model, we do have that APR data, and that item in terms of presenting that APR data will come before ACSE at the October meeting, and I will be presenting that at that time. And then, of course, that item then goes before the board in January, so we will have some fresh data to look at and consider at the October meeting. And then the final sort of thing that I wanted to just weigh in on it before I forget is also in terms of the survey. I think that, looking at ways in which we can continue to engage the community is a wonderful, wonderful idea. CDE will do a little sort of background work in terms of how it relates to Bagley-Keene requirements and loop back with you all on that as well, but certainly want to applaud all of you for really thinking about ways in which we can continue to grow our outreach and grow sort of our community of listeners to this very important commission as well. So first off, I did want to provide a little bit of an update in terms of the NPS study, and that was from budget year 2021-2022, so the previous budget cycle as well. The RFP is currently live, applications are due to the CDE on September 29th of 2022. So very soon, we will begin obviously reviewing those applications. The study in and of itself has the following components. It is a study that will examine how California compares to other states in serving students with complex support needs through specialized schools and contract services such as non-public schools and non-public agencies. So again, a nationwide scan in terms of how, in comparison in terms of how California is faring in this area. There will be an analysis of the relevant data on both in-state and out-of-state non-public school and agency placements of California students with disabilities. And this includes also an analysis of the student's educational placement prior to the NPS placement and whether they were involved in the foster care or juvenile justice system. So getting at some of the questions that Commissioner Estes was raising earlier this morning as well. And then also evaluating the process used and factors considered by IEP teams in determining the appropriate placements, including the use of legal advocates and assessments to inform placement decisions. So again, I think there was a discussion earlier this morning around, the actual decisions that are made by IEP teams. And so this study will also be considering those decisions as well as part of the study. And then also the analysis will also include outcomes in NPSA placements, including attendance, engagement, behavior, social functioning, parent and family satisfaction. So that I think will be some interesting data that will be analyzed for further discussion as well. The study also includes the sort of a review of the certification process, including the monitoring and oversight activities at both the state and local levels, and then also an analysis on how to improve interagency coordination between CDE and other state agencies in the certification and monitoring of these program placements at the state and local levels as well. So as stated before, this work in terms of the sort of final report will be published on or before October 1st of 2024. So a little over, obviously the study will begin as soon as it can. I believe it's the language says in February of 2023. So we'll have a year of study, and then we'll also have that report in October of 2024. So I did want to provide just a brief update in terms of the components of it in light of the conversation this morning. I can pause now if there are any sort of follow-up questions before I move on. Elizabeth?
Hi. I just had a question. Is it also going to include an analysis of outcomes like long-term placement for students who are in residential treatment? Like when they are released from the RTC, whether they be 18 in one day or younger, like what the long-term outcome is, or at least that next step?
I can double check on that component. These are the ones that I certainly grabbed from the budget language in and of itself, but certainly can swing back and take a look to see if that component is included as well.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh, and it's great.
Oh, good. We're really excited about it and certainly eager for the work to begin. The other RFP or competitive process that I wanted to update you on that was from the previous budget cycle, again, 2021, 2022 is the IEP facilitation RFP. If you recall, that one was a study to really determine what it would take for the state of California to offer facilitated IEPs that would, in essence, be a part of our sort of dispute sort of resolution system in a way, in a mechanism to prevent further escalation of disagreements at the IEP table. and also help to facilitate, issues being solved at the IEP table with the team. That RFP, we did not have any successful bidders the last time that we went out. So we will be going out again very soon and engage in that process as well. So just wanted to let you know that has not fallen off the radar. So we will be again launching that RFP in an effort to, begin and address that work that was in the previous budget cycle as well. In terms of this year's budget brought and you heard a little snippet of it yesterday as well, but I did want to highlight that this year's budget brings upon some additional work that is really exciting for the California Department of Education, and that one is sort of Part C to B, or early childhood transition from Part C to Part B services. And so the California Department of Education will be working collaboratively with the Department of Developmental Services to undertake a number of activities, but one of those is to develop parent-friendly resources around the transition process. We know that transition from Part C to Part B can certainly be improved in the state of California, and so we are eager to begin this work in collaboration with our partner agency as well. In addition, the Budget Act from this year also provides additional funding for the CDE to develop a unit, in essence, that will become our early childhood transitions unit. And so we have, built out that unit as well. And so do anticipate a heavy collaboration with both our early education division and our multilingual supports division as well, along with the Department of Developmental Services. So growing the CDE org chart, but I think really recognizing the need and the opportunity for us to focus on early childhood special education and transition. Is this an area that, with the obvious recent budget investments in terms of universal pre-K, students with disabilities continues to be a topic of conversation in terms of how do we continue to support not only our students in this process as our earliest learners, but also our parents, families, and communities as well. So I'm really excited to get that unit off the ground and engaged both within CDE and outside of CDE as well. Sorry about that. The other budget item I did want to just sort of note that I know has been a topic of discussion with the commission over the past year was just the statewide IEP template. That work will continue this year. This year, the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, or CCEE, is tasked with this charge. They will convene a panel to continue to refine the IEP template design that was originally designed by the work group of last year as well. So the California Department of Education and CCEE will be working collaboratively as well with that work moving forward. So just a couple of budget items that I did want to mention. In addition to that is in terms of the alternate coursework. And so and again, alternate coursework, I'm going to use the word because it's in the budget language, but I think in essence, the work will allow an entity to identify and develop coursework for students with disabilities who are not eligible for the California Alternative Assessment. And so really looking at ways to address the needs of all students in terms of them earning a diploma, but also recognizing that there is a need for individualization so that students are able to best access the curriculum and also have the best opportunity for success as well. So again, addressing students that do not qualify for the California Alternative Assessment. And so really looking forward to surfacing sort of who those students are and how best to serve them. And so, the goal of that project is to really develop coursework for educators and our local education agencies to utilize both general education and special education teachers to meet the needs of all of our students as well. In terms of some legislative updates, you heard from Senator Stern's office and really enjoyed that presentation. So again, we see that one moving along, and as Senator Stern's office indicated, we are currently still watching and tracking a number of key pieces of legislation across the state of California. One of those that I wanted to highlight that I think is particularly interesting and important is AB 2827, and that addresses child daycare facilities. And so it really, in terms of what this bill would do, would be to revise regulations to permit children with disabilities to use the outdoor play spaces simultaneously with with their non-disabled peers. Which, of course, we know that, again, supporting more inclusive environments, especially in settings in terms of playground settings, is particularly important and a priority for us as well. So looking forward to seeing how that legislation progresses as well. The other one is SB 692. That is a special education LRE bill, if you will. And so it would require the California Department of Education to publish data related to LRE, and make that available to the public, so that they are informed in terms of sort of their local school site or LEA in terms of how sort of they're performing and some of those metrics as well. The other one is SB 1019. And that is special education eligibility, fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. This bill, if passed, would require the California Department of Education to include fetal alcohol spectrum disorder in the definition of OHI or other health impairment. So in essence, broadening the group of students eligible to receive special education supports and services as well. The last one that I wanted to mention that has not necessarily been discussed by this group, but certainly is important, to us, and certainly we're watching, is AB 1868. Sorry, and really it's looking at English language acquisition data, and so as written currently, this bill will require CDE to publish certain test results, by English language acquisition status. And so it would require the CDE to publicly report enrollment data by English language acquisition status and disability as well. And we know that supporting and serving our English learners with disabilities is certainly a priority here with us as well, and looking forward to partnering with our multilingual supports division, not only in terms of if this legislation is enacted, but also I think on the various other sort of areas and projects and topics that we want to continue to expand awareness and also access for our dually identified students as well. In terms of division updates, we, just for your knowledge, we'll be hosting a quarterly information webinar for our educational partners across the state. That is September 13th at 3 p.m. We'll be sharing relevant updates from the division, including an update on monitoring, but also an opportunity for us to engage with our entire community across the state as well. We have several staff members attending the Improving Data, Improving Outcomes conference in Washington, D.C. next week. That conference, and the purpose of that conference, is to improve our capacity at the state to collect and analyze and report and utilize high-quality Part B preschool data, including data on child and family outcomes as well, address equity through a cycle of inquiry, And then also we'll be attending to look for ways to enhance, streamline, and integrate early childhood data systems as well. And so we look forward to the opportunity to engage and dialogue with other states as well, and take advantage of the opportunity to collaborate with peers in this very important area as well. I mentioned the new C2B unit. Along with that, we will be engaging in a development of a newer unit, and also addressing sort of a fiscal focus as well. And so really sort of building out our repertoire of supports and services, and oversight as well in terms of our general supervision system. As you may or may not know, the Office of Special Education Programs, or OSEP, are currently conducting their monitoring reviews across the country for all states. California is not yet chosen, but we do expect California to receive a monitoring visit from the Office of Special Education Programs within the next 2 to 3 years. And so building out our general supervision system is really important for us, not only in preparation for the visit, but also to be ensure that we are fully meeting our obligations according to IDEA as well. So again, lots of preparation and work ahead of that, and certainly when we do get identified, certainly we'll bring that information to ACSE as well. But I think that is all. Let me just double check one more. That is all that I have for you today.
All right, thank you, Director Calamus, for your robust update. I do have a question for you, if I may. So the commission has one more meeting for this fiscal year. And as we have discussed today, we have a number of critical items that we need to address. And so that is revising our bylaws to identify our student commissioner selection process. We need to update our bylaws with our liaison roles. We need to continue with our logic model. And we need to talk about potentially putting in place a subcommittee for student commissioner training and support. So with that said, is there an update on when the commission can come back physically? I would really like for the commission to come back in October to do this important work, because it's kind of hard logistically to do all these important pieces. So any words on us coming back for October?
I knew you were going to ask that question, and certainly I wish we were in person right now, and certainly would hope that we're in person in October as well. Currently, I don't have a definitive answer with that, but certainly as we plan for the October meeting, Chair Hayes-White, that's certainly something we'll want to discuss and make a determination on, and again, share your, I think, enthusiasm to have this commission in person. As one, it's just a joy and a pleasure to be with all of you in person, but also I think in terms of our function and our role and being able to really dig deep into dialogue, in person sometimes lends itself better to that. So again, we'll be discussing it further at this point in time, but again, knowing that the October meeting is right around the corner and we're doing planning, we'll make a decision as soon as we can.
Now we'll have to say, commissioners, I want to applaud you for the work that we did in this virtual environment today. And I think we have the expertise to make all these things happen. But I'm hoping that we could physically get there in October, especially when there's such a wide gap from October to February. I just wanted to put that on the record. All right, commissioners, any other comments or weigh in at this time? Commissioner Graff?
Yes, thank you. Director Calamus, thank you so much for your presentation. I was pleased to hear about the webinar that you mentioned that the division is presenting in September. Where could we find the link to registering for that? I went on the CDE website, but I wasn't able to find it there.
So the link will be coming out soon. We push that through our listservs, but certainly can push that link out to the commissioners specifically as a distribution list as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So actually,
Any other hands?
Sorry, Commissioner Graff, actually the link will go out on Monday, so we'll make sure that you all have it.
Any other comments from commissioners at this time?
I have to say how excited I am to hear that outdoor play space and sharing outdoor play space is, it's, as a former director of a program with a non-licensed program also on our site, it's one of the most discouraging things to have to watch children play catch over a fence because they cannot physically share space. So I'm really interested in that bill, and I'm going to be keeping a close eye on it for sure.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Ruiz.
I just wanted to kind of second what you said about the in-person. I hope that we are able to do that. I know it's out of, I know Director Calamise is trying her best to get us the answer we want, but I just wanted to put it out there too that it's so convenient to just roll out here and be on Zoom, but gosh, when we're together in person, the energy's just, it's a good thing. So I hope that happens.
Yeah. As do I. Yeah, of course, as do I. And obviously we're watching COVID rates and things like that and wanting to be as safe as possible. So we'll continue to keep you all posted.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yep, I agree. The in-person and all the challenges that we're experiencing. So thank you all for trying to get us in person. And there is really something to be said about those small groups. The energy is there when we're in person, but those small groups really allow us to feel comfortable in getting that feedback. When someone is just piggybacking on what we're saying and we're just finishing each other's thoughts, there's just really something great that comes out of those small group meetings. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner Topalian.
I want to say thank you again for your report, and you just giving the insight about MPS really, I'm hoping that we're going to take that and be able to really use it, and hopefully we'll be able to guide our practice in that sense. And I want to just also mention, like everybody else did, about being in person, because if we are expecting students to go back in person, then we need to be the role models and being there and going back in person as well. And I understand all the other issues around it, but I think we need to be the role models at the end of the day. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Topalian. Commissioner Tostin.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Director Calamise, for a very thorough report. I wanted to just put in a proactive request in as the Ledge Committee is beginning their work this year. If you would be willing to share any or the bills that the department is tracking, that would be very helpful for us in terms of beginning to organize.
Sure thing, will do.
Thank you.
Are there any other hands that I'm not seeing? All right, seeing and hearing none. Director Calamise, can you please put up the public comment slide?
We have no public comment.
All right, we are now moving into item number 11, ACSE agenda building. All right, commissioners, this is the time for us to put on record all of the topics and discussions that we've been talking about from yesterday and today that needs to go on record for the October meeting. So please tell us what needs to go on the agenda for October. Ooh, lots of hands. Commissioner Adler.
Thanks. I just wanted to make note that so far we have for October that you wanted it noted for the O&P meeting that we have conversations about bylaw changes for the student members and for the liaison roles. And Director Calamise noted that she would be giving a presentation on the APR data. I didn't know if that was going to be part of the director's report or if that was a separate agenda item.
That would be a separate agenda item.
Thank you. And I'm ready to record what everybody says.
All right, Commissioner. Who's first? I think Tostin.
My hand was up because I forgot to lower it last time, so I'll just do that now. Sorry.
Commissioner Notch.
Thank you. I would love to hear a presentation on the update to the One System report.
All right. Commissioner Sorter.
Not necessarily October, but the state of California's Cradle to Career System database that they're developing, or is out developing.
Thank you. Commissioner Graff.
Yes, I have 2 items, and it doesn't necessarily have to be for October, but very concerned about the teacher shortage situation, and if we could hear some from some of the local LEAs regarding some innovative approaches to recruitment, but also retention of special educators, because it's not necessarily just the recruitment, it's also retaining. So if we could have any presentations related to innovative ideas in that area. The other topic has to do, again, with representing the educator prep programs in California for the new ed specialist credential. There's great concern about the where the field is, where the LEAs are in terms of their knowledge of the new standards, and because there's an increased requirement for clinical practice right at the beginning of the program, and there's great concern by universities that the field is not has not stepped up in terms of, and maybe for many reasons, COVID being one, to really implement the standards so that we have good clinical sites for our candidates. So I'm not quite sure who would make that presentation, maybe CTC, maybe the consultants, Sarah Solari or William Hattrick from the commission, but I think that would be also something very important for us to hear about.
Commissioner Snipes.
I think in terms of mental health, when we're looking at that, I'd like to hear from tribal programs who have a nice model, who have a good model in place. I think that they need to be elevated and have a voice. In my area, I know that there are a few who have very, very strong mental health supports for their students, and so I would like to hear more from those types of programs.
Thank you. I would like to put on record the continuing of our logic model development. And then Commissioner Estes, anything on mental health?
Nothing in addition to the strategic plan that we were creating and the presentations or continuation of the development of that strategic plan. I think we outlined a number of different pieces of work that we're going to be doing into the coming months regarding raising awareness for mental health. I had previously mentioned along those lines that a presentation on the community schools work and how that will address students with disabilities and their mental health needs. I would be particularly interested in.
Yes. I saw Commissioner Hamilton.
Janine, you can go ahead.
I would like to hear a presentation on schools. how they are using their PPS people on being able to triage because of the given shortage, and how they're working with their community partners as well within the MTSS framework.
All right, thank you. Did I see Commissioner Hamilton's hand up?
I'm sorry, it was an accident. I don't have anything.
Okay. Any other comments at this time, commissioners? Snipes, is that a new hand?
It's a new hand, yeah. One other thing that has come up in a lot of conversations recently is co-teaching. And so I'd like to hear more about the co-teaching continuum. I think that having that information out there and more available would be a great idea.
Thank you. Commissioner Topalian, is that a new hand? All right. Any other comments? Hearing none. Director Calamise, can you please put up the public comment slide?
It's up. No public comment.
All right, thank you. We are now going to move into item number 12, general public comment. At this time, the public is invited to make comments on any matter, including items not on the agenda. Commissioners are precluded from discussing matters not on the agenda. However, questions may be asked by commissioners for clarification purposes. The commission would like to acknowledge receipt of all public comments submitted via email. Issues raised by the public may be referred to a future meeting agenda. Public comments are limited to 1 minute. Director Calamise, are there any comments at this time?
There are no public comments at this time.
All right, hearing none and seeing no further business, I now adjourn our Day 2, August 18th, 2022 meeting at 2:36 p.m. Commissioners, I will see you in October. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.